Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25 with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Dida, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the Big Win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the Big Win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the Win, Win-Win, and Win-Win-Win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win! Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free! Now that's a grand win! So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
And welcome to Hatzolah auction in the year 2021, otherwise known as the year 5781. And this year we have a very innovative program. We're calling it Win-Win, and I think that really defines what the evening is going to be all about. Because the truth is that if you participate tonight, you're winning because, number one, you're winning by investing in your own life. When you invest in yourself, you never lose. It's always a winning investment. So number one, you're winning by investing in your own. Number two, and I don't think that this requires any kind of elaboration, we're living in the age, unfortunately, of COVID-19. And from my perspective, where I live in Lakewood, New Jersey, with the ambulances running back and forth on a regular basis, literally, the lifeline for our community has been Hatzolah. Hatzolah has literally, now usually you call them up when there's a need. A need arises, there's an emergency, and you call them up. But this particular period, the period in which we have been, Rabbi Yossi, as you know, it's incredible. It's incredible the amount of activity. There's a dispatcher who lives on my block, and it's just non-stop. So when we say win-win tonight, we're talking about winning at the game of life. We're talking about winning in terms of putting your money where it's best used and literally to save lives on a regular basis. So how do you participate in this? How do you become part of this? So how will be Mekayim Hamatzal Nefesh Achas Yisrael Kilo Kiyam Olam Malei? How are you going to literally be Mazak of yourself in Olam Malei? Well, you have to participate. The auction hotline is 732-363-5600. That's 732-363-5600. Or you can actually text this year, and the text number is 732-978-9790. And by doing that, you're literally connecting yourself to life itself. You're literally winning on every single possible level that you can, that it's possible for a person to win in life. And who doesn't love to win? 100%. I think everybody loves to win. So I think that there are many, many people out here who have made this possible. And the corporate sponsors, really, without them, it just doesn't happen. You have to have corporate sponsors. I know many people don't understand the concept of corporations and what all that means. We're not talking about the legalities of it. We're talking about behind every corporation is our neshamas, are fantastic people. And those corporate sponsors literally is what makes this possible. And the prize sponsors, because without the prizes, there's no Hatzolah auction, as we know. So this is what we're asking people to do right now. We're asking you to connect, and it's the most important thing you do. If there's nothing else you hear from me, you can ignore everything I say, I don't mind. But you got to get on the phone. If you walk over to the phone, you're saving a life. You go walk over to the phone, you pick up the phone, you talk to us, you're literally making the world spin round and round. You are partners, Kiviyachol HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in life itself. 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600, and I hope that you win.
By the way, we're very happy to be back, me and Rabbi Milstein, for yet another year here for Hatzolah of Central Jersey. That's right. We kind of migrated from Hatzolah of Lakewood as Lakewood expanded to the borders of including Toms River, Jackson, Brick, Howell, and many other towns. We had to expand the Hatzolah organization. We had to expand the day-to-day, the services, the ambulance, the equipment, the amount of people that are getting trained in. And you guys know that because you're moving to our neighborhoods. You're extending our neighborhoods. And it's very important for you to help us keep up those neighborhoods. Like Rabbi Milstein was saying, not just were they busy, but these people who usually put their families on hold for us were actually putting their lives on the line for us. Any call they were going to was in their mind. They were putting their lives on the line. And I know people who work in the medical field who, over the last 10 to 12 months, who had to kind of keep a little bit of step back from some of their own family members living home with them. You know, even with all the outerwear, they had to say, okay, look, you know, I was with somebody who was contagious today, or, you know, don't give Tati a hug tonight, you know, wait a few weeks, let me get tested, let me see what's going on. We also want to say that the ways to listen tonight. We're live on Hatzolah.auction.
There you go.
We're live on the Lakewood Scoop. We're live on Yeshiva World, Matzav.com, Scoop Radio, Kol Barama, 107.9 in Lakewood. We have to make sure to thank everybody and to let everybody know what's going on. So knock on your neighbor's window, wave at them through the window, tell them to tune in, make sure to come. We also have to thank, like our Milstein said, our sponsors. And we got to start off with who? The Hatzolah members. Without them, there wouldn't be this amazing
the ultimate
organization.
Sponsors.
So thank you to, and everybody else who makes the organization work. That's just on the people who are in the actual ambulances and people who are going to the calls. The dispatcher, the service units, anybody involved, and especially tonight, people manning the phones and people managing all the orders. We have to thank the VAD members. We have to thank the VAD Rabbanim. We have to thank Rabbi Moti Tawerski, the administrative Hatzolah, for coordinating all the details. Moti, I am so happy that you're still doing this. You're an amazing person. Hatzolah is lucky to have you. We have to thank you. Hatzolah office staff, Forward NYC, for taking care of this amazing campaign. It's not just a night. Any ad, booklet, sign that you see on the side of the road, emails you're getting, Golding Design for their beautiful design work, ACM, Shalom Hirsch, who's making sure this broadcast will not blip out, time out, or freeze. Shalom, we hope you're watching, and the team of volunteer telemarketers for their outstanding job night after night, taking your amazing orders. Win-win.
Win-win. That's
we're not
what
in 2020 was win. We're 2021.
Right. So that's
win-win.
And I don't think it's win. It's win plus win.
No,
I think it's win times win.
It's actually not
so
even.
It's win squared.
It's not even win exclamation point. It's win exclamation point.
It's a whole different.
That's true.
It's a whole different thing. But you talk about the Hatzolah members, and really, if you think about it, the work that they do as volunteers is something which could not be imagined in our world 50 years ago.
100%.
It's just something completely different. To put your lives completely on the line for that and put everything on hold, as you said, it's just an incredible thing. So, of course, the ultimate gratitude goes to them, and the people at home can express their gratitude right now by going to the phones. And if you go to the phones, and not only can you win great prizes...
You don't even have to go to a phone.
You don't have to go to the phone.
Pick up the phone, your cell phone.
There you go.
There's no cords phone anymore. You have to go to the kitchen and get that cord tied
There you go. There you go.
Brian Milstein is right that you have to call 732-363-5600. We have an amazing program for you tonight. First off, I have to mention that every segment we're giving out something from Focus Electronics. This segment's going to be a Canon PowerShot digital camera, red, value of $169. Coming up, go get your children, get your family, your Bubby, your Zaidi. Yossi Blaustin is going to say an amazing story, and we have an amazing musical performance from Uri Davidi. But don't go anywhere, because me and Rabbi Milstein will be back in just a short while.
Our story tonight takes us back many years ago to an old city in Poland, an old town, many years ago. Jews! Attention, Jews! Gather around, Jews, come here! Oh no, what does he want? What does he want again? Oh, the governor, oh, he's always coming up with these problems. Jews, gather around, Jews! I have an announcement to make, Jews! Oh no, I wonder if this time he's gonna go ahead and, last time they took away all our shalach manish on Purim. What are they gonna do now? Jews! Listen up, Jews. I come on behalf of the king. The king, he has an order over here, over your Jewish cemetery. You are to take it and you are to move it somewhere else, as we will be building over the cemetery. No, how could you do that? But the cemetery has been with us for many years. You can't. You have 3 days. 3 days to get rid of the cemetery, to take everyone and find a new cemetery for them. And then we will bring a new construction. Oh no. Oi, oi. Oi, it's crazy. How are we going to do this? Oi. Rabbi Isai, it is what it is. And this is what we have to do. Gelender, quickly, go get the shamish. Tell them we need all hands on board and quickly to get the whole Chevra Kadisha. We have another place that we could do this. And sure enough, that's what happened. The Yidden in the town of Stettelville, they had to go find a new cemetery for all the people who were buried there. And they're reading, and as they're going, they're reading the Matzevas. Oh, this boy of Motel. Motel is such a big Talmud Chacham. Look for the son of the Matzeva. Look, he was a good person. Oh, and look at him. He also, they're reading the Matzevas to see how great they started. And they're crying. It's so tragic. Why is Hashem doing this? Chaim! Chaim, come here. Look, quickly. Chaim, come here. And I said, I can't. I'm busy carrying this body after schlep it over. No, Chaim, quickly, come here. Come here. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Oh, I can't. No, Chaim, look. Look, Chaim, quickly. Okay. Oh, can I put this down? Okay. Coming over. Look, Chaim. Look. Chevra, come here. And everyone from the Chevra Kedisha, they came over from the town of Stettelville. They're all looking. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Look. Oh, I can't believe it. What is that? One of the people who were buried, it was someone, he's buried. What's a guy doing in the cemetery? There was someone here who's buried, he's buried in the clothing of a priest. How can that be? In the Yiddish cemetery, there must be some mistake. They must have tried to get him in the wrong cemetery. How did that happen? No, it doesn't make any sense. But 1 second. But look at it, but the body is still full. They see that about only the greatest tzaddikim, that the body remains intact. Ad Yemoi Mashiach. So what is it? I don't know. What could it be? There has to be a story behind this. Let's go. Maybe who would know? I don't know. I don't know who would know. You know who would know? Ask old Reb Herschel. Old Reb Herschel, he for sure knows. You think so? You think Reb Herschel? Reb Herschel. Go to Reb Herschel. Let's ask Reb Herschel. And sure enough, the Yidden, they went over to Reb Herschel and they give a knock on his door. Reb Herschel. Herschel, no answer. Probably can't hear us. Knock a little louder. And sure enough, old Reb Herschel. Yes. Come in. Come into my house. Oh, Reb Chaim, Reb Shir, come in. What do I with honor? The Chevra Kadisha. You won't believe it. Where the governor comes to us, he tells us we have to relocate everyone in the cemetery, which means we have to find a new cemetery for them, a new Beis HaKfaris. But as we're doing that, we found someone who was buried in the clothing of a priest. No one knows this. No one knows about this. How could it be a guy in the Yiddish cemetery buried in the clothing of a priest? How's it possible, such a thing? But here's the strange part, Reb Herschel. He had all of his, he was still intact. And only the greatest tzaddikim they say that about. Herschel's thinking. Herschel was an older man. He was in his 90s. Herschel's thinking, I can't remember such a story. I can't. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. I'm trying to think. 1 second. That's the story. That's the Maisa. What's the Maisa? What's the story? Oh, that's the story. The Gabbai Tzedakah of Shtetlville. Gabbai Tzedakah of Shtetlville. Yes! Rabbi Yankel. He was the Gabbai Tzedakah of Shtetl. What's the story? Oh, the story. That story. It takes us place even before I was a very young boy. But how could I ever forget such a scene? Erev Shabbos Kodesh. And that's where we're going to rewind even years ago in Shtetlville. 100 years ago, when Rabbi Yankel was the Shamish, and he starts telling them the story of Rabbi Yankel was the Shamish. It's getting closer to Shabbos. It's like 20 minutes left till Shabbos. Half an hour. He's thinking, he starts getting ready for Shabbos. All of a sudden, there's a knock at the door. Huh? Knock at the door. It's half an hour left to Shabbos. Oh no. Opens the door. Come in. Come in. What can I do for you? Oh my God. Please. Oh, what's wrong? You don't understand. Oh, if you don't even have chicken for Shabbos. It's okay. You don't have to cry. It's okay. Oh, you don't even know. Oh, chicken, and grabs him and he's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. Here, it's okay. It's okay. All right, listen. What's wrong? What do you need? I just need some money. Just a few rubles. If I had some rubles then, and only then could I have some food for Shabbos. Okay, it's okay. Listen, we're going to try to get you some money for Shabbos. You just stay here. What's your name? My name is Meshulam. Oh, Meshulam, please, Meshulam, anything for you, Meshulam. You just stay right here. And sure enough, from Meshulam, he stays right there. He's like, don't go anywhere, Mitzvah. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. We're going to get you the money you need. Walks out there. He's like, Hashem, how am I ever going to do this? The Olam only gives what they could give in the town. They're going to look at me. Maybe I'll get a few rubles. I'm not going to get anything from this person. He's thinking, how am I going to do this? How am I going to raise the money for this? There's got to be something I can do. I know. I can't do it. There's one guy. He has so much money, he doesn't even know what to do with it. But I hate going over to him. He's such a rich man, but I hate it. Oh no. Beryl. If I go to Beryl again. Beryl. Okay. I'm going to go down to Beryl. Sure enough, Rabbi Yankel, he goes to Beryl. And where's Beryl? Beryl is sitting there and he goes to a tavern. Now what's a tavern? A tavern is a place where they like to have a good time, they like to have a few drinks. And it's a good place for a guy like Beryl like to hang out. And sure enough, he walks in the tavern. As he's walking, you can already hear the noise in the background. We got some good news over here. Come on, guys, a few more drinks. We're having a great time. This is great. Everyone's like, hey, Shlomo, get you over here. Come on, let's have a few more l'chaims. Yeah, we got a few more minutes till Shabbos before it happens. Come on. They're having a great time over here. Oh, it's like, and Bianca's like, how can I do this to myself? Walk into such a place, like someone like me, nope, I can't go do it. You know what? He needs tzedakah. The mitzvah takes priority, and that's it. That's what I'm going to do. He walks into the tavern. He's looking around the tavern. He said, people are like, Hashem, what am I doing here? Hashem, get me out of here quickly. Let this be over. I just get the money from him, and that's it. He goes in there. He's looking around. He sees Beryl. Oh, son, Yehuda, one of Beryl's friends. Beryl. Ha! Beryl, we got a visitor. And you can hear the whole tavern have a whole shh. A whole hush came over the tavern. Oh, look who it is. It's the rabbi himself, Rabbi Yankel. Rabbi Yankel, come take a seat with us. What are you doing here around 20 minutes before Shabbos? Rabbi Yankel, come on. No, Beryl, you see. Oh, come on. Sit down. No. He sits him down over there. All right. This is not really what I had in mind. Beryl, all I wanted. Yeah, Yehuda, do me a favor. Get me a couple drinks right now I think Yankel could, he needs a couple of drinks. No, I don't want to. He plopped down the drink next to him. It's okay. Come on, you gotta have a l'chaim if you're with us. I know what you're here for. You want some stucco? Let's go. We'll hook you up. We'll take care of you, won't we, guys? Of course we'll take care of him. We'll give him some stucco. Let's go. You have to take a couple drinks. I don't want it. Before you know it was like the Purim story all over again. I don't want it. It's like just no kings. I don't drink. Oh my gosh, he sing double. Okay, all right. All right, what are you here for? Beryl says to him, come on. You came to collect money? Come on. You know I hate giving money. What do you want from me already? Look, he's like, Beryl, there's this person, Beryl. He can't even talk straight to Bianco. He drinks so much. They gave him so much to drink. Beryl, this person, he has no chicken and challah. He has no Beryl. Beryl, listen to me. This person doesn't have chicken, challah. Give me some money for him, Beryl. Just 20 rubles. And then I'll just go, okay, we'll give him 20 rubles. Yeah, we'll give you 20 rubles. Hold on 1 second. You will? Yeah, of course. I'm a nice guy. I'll give you 20 rubles. What's 20 rubles? Hold on 1 second. Yehuda, get over here. Go over here, Shlomi. Get all gathering over here. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to this. And then everyone over here. We're going to do this. Okay, here's your 20 rubles. We're going to hook you up with 20. Maybe we'll give you 40 rubles. Sure, that's awesome. That's amazing. But here's the deal. The deal is we want you to go around the whole city, the whole town, the whole shtetl, and you're going to go walking around. We're going to follow behind you. And already, Rabbi Yankel's not liking this. Okay. And you're going to wear these clothing over here. And he whips out the clothing of a priest. You're joking me. He was about to say how dare. Look, do you want the money? Do it. If not, no money, you could just go right home. I wouldn't dare. And as it's like a chutzpah, Rabbi Yankel saying to himself, how dare they? I'm going to walk out right now, he's saying to himself, I'm going to tell them, how could they do such a thing? And as he's thinking that in his mind, Rabbi Yankel, Rabbi Yankel says to them, okay, I think I'm going to do this. All right. Did I just say that? I can't believe I just said that. That's amazing. Quickly, guys, give him the clothing of the priest. Take this. Give him some clothing. Put that on, all right? We'll give you a horse. Get him a horse over here. Beryl, please, you can't be doing this to me. Beryl, you can't be serious. Don't worry about it. And sure enough, you could just imagine everybody picture this scene in your mind. Imagine a little town, right? With a little horse and a tzaddik of a town. The tzaddik, the Gabbai Tzedakah himself, Rabbi Yankel, dressed up in the clothing of a priest. And he's going around with a little band behind him. All right, you already got the drum. I got the drum. You got the trumpet. You got the trumpet. 1, 2, 3. Let's hit it. And they start going around the town with Rabbi Yankel in the lead. And there's a whole little band behind him. And he's marching around, and they hear all of a sudden you hear. And they're going on a horse. You can picture that in your mind. Can you imagine such a thing happening? No way. And yet Rabbi Yankel's marching over the whole town. You can imagine the town's reaction. First, Reb David. He's also Reb David. He's the more getting ready for Shabbos. He looks out his window. Can't believe this. Get so quickly. Come here. I think our Gabbai Tzedakah Rabbi Yankel. I think he's lost his mind. What? Oi! It's a bizoin, I tell you. It's a bizoin. Quickly. Give me a tomato, I'm going to throw something on him. And sure enough, as Rabbi Yankel's passing by, he He's like, Hashem, please let us hurry up, let us finish. All of a sudden, a tomato comes flying at his face. This is so embarrassing. Gosh. All right, the barrel. I paid my dues. Where's the money? You were amazing, guys. Wasn't he amazing? He was amazing. He was fantastic. All right, give him the money. Here's 20 rubles. Here's 40 rubles. Give him 40 rubles. And my uncle gets back. And by the way, Sarah Bell, take these clothing of the priest. You never know when you might need them. Throws them to him. He comes back home. The guy's sitting there waiting for the food and waiting for the money. He's like, all of a sudden, Bianca walks in. Oh, please, I need the money. It's okay. Here's the money. He doesn't even know what I just went through. He has no clue what I went through just now. Here's the money. He says, Bianca says with a smile, thank you. Take it. All right. The story's not over. Years later, this Sanzer Rebbe is walking through this town. He turns to his gabbai. I smell something. I don't smell anything. I smell something. I smell the Tam of Gan Eden. It's coming from somewhere it's coming from that house in the town, Shtettlville. I don't smell anything. Come with me, Yaeli. Come. Rabbi Yaeli comes with him, the Sanzer Rebbe. He knocks on the door of Rabbi Yanko. Bianca opens the door. Sanzer Rebbe, what are you doing here? In my house in Shtettlville, Rebbe. What are you doing? Bianca, I smell the Tam Gan Eden. It's coming from this house. Me? My house? Yes. Your house. There. That closet. What? Rebbe, me? Rebbe must have the wrong. No. Open up the closet. He opens up the closet. Those clothes over there. I knew sure enough you could just, as you imagined, it was the clothing of the priest. Those clothing. What's the story behind those clothing of the priest? And Rabbi Yankel, he tells them the story of the priest. I had to go collecting him money. He tells them the whole story. And the Sanzer Rebbe says to him, he says, Rabbi Yankel, you don't realize the mitzvah that you just did, that you had done. When you die, you make sure you tell the Chevra Kadisha to be buried in those clothing. And in Shemayim, you'll go straight to Gan Eden. And Reb Herschel concluded, and that was the story of Rabbi Yankel, the Gabbai Tzedakah, who was buried in the clothing of the priest. Thank you for joining this amazing Hatzolah auction.
Yeah! Everybody, wherever you are, let's go. Clap along. I want to see you guys clapping. Sing it. Let's go!
כל יום מתפללים, מבקשים מן השמיים שאני אבוא. רק צריך להאמין ולפתוח עיניים, כי אני כבר פה. עוד מצווה אחת קטנה, תפילה עם לב פתוח, ויבוא הקץ. זה לקח אלפי שנה, הנה זה כבר בטוח, תנו להיכנס, ולא לא לא יהיו יותר דמעות, רק תראו ניסים ונפלאות.
Everybody, let's go, let's go.
כי אני בא, עברתי כל הדרך, אני בא, אני עומד בדלת, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי? כי אני בא, הגאולה הגיע, הנה זה בא, זה מלך המשיח, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי?
Let me hear you guys. Everybody sing it.
אנחנו מוכנים, אנחנו מוכנים,
Let's go.
נשיר בלב אחד ונביט השמיימה, השמחה גדולה. לובשים בגדי שבת ועולים ירושלימה, זמן הגאולה. מי יוצא לרחובות, למה ישנים עדיין? כבר חיכיתם די. יש בשורות טובות, ישועות כהרף עין. עם ישראל חי. ולא, לא, לא יהיו יותר דמעות, רק תראו ניסים ונפלאות.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
כי אני בא, עברתי כל הדרך. אני בא, אני עומד בדלת. ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי? כי אני בא, הגאולה הגיעה. הנה זה בא, זה מלך המשיח. ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי?
Sing it, let's go, I wanna hear you.
אני עייף ויגע, הגלות ארוכה מאוד. כן, גם אנחנו עייפים, מחכים לך מאוד מאוד.
Everybody dance, let's go! Come on, guys. You gotta win, win, win. It's a win-win. Come on, I wanna see you dancing wherever you are. Just get up, don't be embarrassed. Stand up and start dancing.
כי אני בא, הגאולה הגיעה. הנה זה בא, זה מלך המשיח. ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי? אנחנו מוכנים.
Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25 with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Dida, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the Big Win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the Big Win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the Win, Win-Win, and Win-Win-Win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win. Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free. Now that's a grand win. So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support fly cars and 3 Basic Life Support fly cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you.
Welcome back to the Hatzolah of Central Jersey's live auction, this year titled Win Win. Wanted to mention that there is a coupon code for Focus Camera. That's right. If this segment you are donating $100 and more, you are automatically entered to win a Canon PowerShot digital camera. Red, that is right. Very cool camera. I know I want to get one myself. All you have to do is use our coupon code Focus Win Win. FOCUSWINWIN. The truth is, you got to focus on winning. And how do you focus on winning? By giving to Hatzolah. Of course. So make sure that you get online, go to Hatzolah.auction, call our hotline, call in your order, 732-363-5600. Text in your order if the calling is too complicated and you don't want to wait on the line, 732-978-9790. And just to give you a little bit of an insight into what the packages are tonight. Usually it's the Chosin package, the travel package. This year it's win! Exclamation point. Then is win-win. Then if that's not enough for you, there's win-win-win. And guess what? No, it's not 4 wins, but it's the big win, the grand win, the ultimate win-win special. Okay? These are massive prizes. I think Hatzolah took a book out of the Powerball. They saw how it was like by $1 billion. They're like, okay, we got to up our prizes. Rabbi Milstein, why don't you tell us what's coming up next in the program?
So next in the program, we're going to have a panel of Hatzolah people, because I've often wondered what their lives are really like. Mm-hmm. Like, how do you leave everything and just get involved in the next call that's coming? Not only that, you can't even plan your day. You have no idea what's happening. So how does it affect their businesses? So we're going to have actually a panel of Hatzolah members who will be talking to us about how it affects their businesses. I hope that they will say it is that they saw a tremendous bracha and hatzlacha, and I hope that if some of them have not, we should give them the bracha of hatzlacha, tremendous bracha of hatzlacha.
Now, we didn't get to host that, but I heard they have a really good host.
Yeah, his name is Rabbi
Yitzi Hissinger.
Yitzi Hissinger. Right, of Art Scroll fame.
Art Scroll,
he does the Art Scroll
TED
podcast.
fame as well.
TED fame. Yeah. And recently has become a friend of mine, actually. Yeah. I met him for the first time just a week ago. Wow. And it's a really pleasure to get to know him. And after that, we're going to have a video, a day in the life of an Hatzolah member.
Amazing.
What is it like really to be an Hatzolah member? But I just want to push the people one more time, which is extremely critical. I'm sure everybody feels somehow indebted to Hatzolah people. What Hatzolah people do for us is incredible, right? And they will not accept any kind of payment for what they do, right? Never, ever, ever. So therefore, we all feel we want to pay them. We feel we are indebted to them. We feel, guilty. I feel guilty every time you pick up a Hatzolah guy. If they don't want you to feel, they want you to call when you need to call. We feel guilty. So what can you do? What you can do is walk over to the phone right now, to pick up the phone from your pocket, like you just said, and you call 732-363-5600. I'm making it simple for you there. You can either win Win-win, win-win-win, or big win.
Grand win.
Grand win.
Ultimate win-win.
Come on, it doesn't get any simpler than
No,
that.
it doesn't.
Ultimately, let us focus upon the task at hand, and that is showing that Hatzolah members. And this is the only way you can do it. There's no other way to show gratitude to them. The only way you can do it, of course, if they come to your house, say thank you, obviously. And if someone's thirsty, give them a drink of water.
Right.
But in terms of everything else, this is the only way you can do show a meaningful gratitude is by going to the phone right now. And there's so many ways to do it. You can go online to Hatzolah.auction. Right? That's a new thing. I didn't know there's such a thing as .auction. Okay, Hatzolah.auction out there.
It's 2021.
It's 2021. Believe it or not. Some things are still working, but virtual things are working better at some level. But this cannot be virtual. Picking up the phone is not virtual. You have to pick up the phone 732-363-5600 or text 732-978-9799. Of course, go to Hatzolah.auction.
And we will be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy this next segment. And remember, keep watching, calling, donating, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're honored to be here with three outstanding Hatzolah members. Yoel Tesser, who's the Hatzolah captain of the world-famous Gelbstein's Bakery. Avram Moshe Muller, who's a senior Hatzolah paramedic, the CEO of Kosher West Supermarket in Westgate. And Shui Schmuckler, who's the Chief Operations Officer of New Line Engineering and Survey here in Lakewood, New Jersey. Thank you to you three for being with us and for honoring us with your presence.
Thank you for having us.
It's our honor. People talk about work-life balances. Hatzolah members are unique that they have work Hatzolah balances. You have to figure out how to make a parnasa and also tend to the very sensitive and important task of being Hatzolah members. And we'd like to delve into that today, give people at home watching this program an idea of what it's like to kind of carry that burden and responsibility on your shoulder the whole day, that even when you're at work, you're really not off duty. So we'd like to start by asking Reb Yoel, have you ever had an incident at work where you've gotten a call, you're in an important meeting, the bakery is hopping, something's happening, and you have to pick up and on site start, administering emergency aid?
So I'm going to say, as my other colleagues over here would know, you could call a customer for a couple of days and not reach them, and then all of a sudden you're on that call, and you just glance over at your phone, and that's when the customer is calling you back.
Wow.
I found that to happen to myself countless times, and I think it's really Kadosh Baruch Hu giving you a test and saying you're doing this for the right reason, and He takes care of parnasa. So. Has there been times when it affects your business on a personal level that we think it does? Yes, but ultimately, Kadosh Baruch Hu provides, and we hope that we're doing it for the right reasons, and He'll take care of us, just like He always does.
Avram Moshe, any specific incident where you're in your supermarket, things are busy, and a call comes in, and you're flying out into your car to an important call?
Absolutely. Calls always come in at the worst possible time, if you want to call it that. I've had to cancel meetings. I've missed bank deposits. There's constantly stuff going on, and those calls come in, and you have to just put everything on hold and hope for the best. And ultimately, it works out.
Ramesh, I think I even have done a bank deposit for you when you were on a call.
Oh, really?
a couple of years ago, you had to make that deadline, and
You amongst many.
Reb Shui, what do you have to say on this particular question?
So for sure, all three of us work locally, and Hatzolah being as busy as it is today, covering such a vast area, there's always going to be calls during the day, and it happens almost daily. So leaving my office happens almost daily. I try not to leave in important meetings, but like we say, Hashem's got a sense of humor, and when something happens close by and it's a call that I have to respond to, so you respond to. People, we hope, will understand. People, we hope, will deal with it, and you reschedule meetings, reschedule what you have, and you do what you have to do.
Have you ever had a customer or a colleague or someone who says, Shui, this is ridiculous, we can't get things done? You ever have someone really let it out on you without understanding the magnitude of your responsibility?
Very rarely, if ever. People locally here are very understanding. If you're on a conference call or a phone conference call, or today a Zoom conference call, people do understand. You're a volunteer paramedic, EMT, they get it. They understand you got to do what you have to do. But it does cause frustrations. You had a meeting set up that you've been working on putting together for a week or two, and they finally come in, or they're finally on the phone with you. But I've never lost a customer of it. I mean, it's amazing zechusim we have, and like Yoel said, Hashem repays us and takes care of us.
So I was going to say, you have to have that mentality that it's the Rabbanu Shalom running the show. So if he's pulling you out of your business to go somewhere, Hashem has his checks and balances. He'll figure out how it should work out. But have you ever had someone, get upset at you and say, listen, you have a responsibility to your business, you have a responsibility to your customers. It's very nice that you want to do chesed, but don't do it on my cheshbon.
I did have some people over the years get upset at me, and I explained to them very nicely that as soon as you let them know and say, what if it would have been you or your family? Would you have had the same attitude? And all of a sudden they say, I get it.
I'm surprised that someone even made such a comment. You would think that Hatzolah is one thing that people would understand, that you stop everything that you're doing and you go to the call because everything is secondary. Rabbi Yoel, what do you have to say?
Like Avmai said, you'll have sometimes somebody say, can you shut that radio off in the background? It's just trying to have a conversation. I can understand where they're coming from. Sometimes they don't get the whole picture, but I think more often than not, you have someone who says, wow, it's unbelievable. Like you're in the middle of doing something and you just drop it and go. I think that's more, we hear more of that than we hear.
But to digress a bit with our producer's allowance, you ever get people in shul tell you, turn off your radio, it's bothering me, what are you doing anyway, things like that, or Shabbos? You ever get someone tell you off like that?
So we do stress to our members to not to keep the radio on blaring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying everyone's perfect at that. Some people, have a hard of hearing. I would like to believe that they are, because it is loud. But we do stress to our members not to keep it on blaring. And I've had one case where a member told me that a guy complained in shul that he can't concentrate, that he should get an earpiece.
Mm-hmm.
We've tried that route. It's not very conducive to, you just get a headache and whatever keeps you imbalanced.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So,
Shu, you ever had experience with that?
I haven't had complaints, but I try being as cautious as possible. You can't put it too low because you have to hear the call, and sometimes they're singing, there's something going on during davening, so it's hard to hear. But on like Yom Naraim or Simchas Torah, I will wear an earpiece even if it's uncomfortable, because I'm being more cautious for people sitting near me. I don't want to disturb them.
Right.
And especially Simchas Torah, you cannot hear the radio unless you're wearing an earpiece. So you do what you have to do.
I like to tell people that when the radio goes off, it's a Yid calling for help. It's somebody calling for help. That Achrayus is on every other Jew that's standing by. We happen to be doing that work for everyone else in the shul, but it's everyone's responsibility. Yid's calling for help.
But I think that's a great perspective. If people would realize that call is not just a perfunctory message being sent out by Hatzolah. If the call is coming through on your radio, that's someone's life at risk, and you're coming to their aid. So that's a healthy perspective, and I appreciate you sharing that. Going back to Avram Moshe, have you ever worried about? I know we kind of addressed it. Are you ever worried about it affecting your business negatively, where you're running out on a call, and kind of there are loose ends that have to be tied, and here you are, and you're running out of your bustling business with a million things going on?
I never worried about it affecting me negatively. I do worry sometimes when I run out, how am I going to take care of this specific thing? And it always works itself out, but I knew in the long term, the businesses will not get hurt by me going on a sell course.
Well, what have you seen in the bakery business where you're running out?
So I think as the years go on, you learn more and more that things could happen when you're not, it'll be available at that second. People have to learn how to figure things out on their own, and I try to stress that to my managers as well. Like, if I'm not here, what would you do? Like, you could figure it out. So if I wasn't available for 20 minutes, a half hour, use your brains. You know the way I think. I know the way you think. I trust in you, and so it also elevates. It's good for business also because it elevates people to think on their own and to make decisions on their own instead of just leaning constantly on someone else.
So sure, I want to ask you about that, but I just want to remind our viewers how crucial it is to please donate. These are the wonderful members of Hatzolah who are out there for us, and they're relying on us. They're relying on our support. We need you to go to hatzolah.auction, and donate. Hatzolah.auction it is. The auction hotline is 732-363-5600. You could text as well to 732-978-9790. Again, the website is hatzolah.auction, no.com. And you could have betachin too and donate. And it's important, and they rely on it. Every single person's donation makes a difference. Just like every Hatzolah member's contribution is indispensable, your contribution, no matter what amount, is indispensable and will be part of the collective whole to ensure that Hatzolah could continue its life-saving work. And speaking about indispensable, to segue from what Rabbi Yoel said, have you found that maybe at your work you're not as indispensable as you thought because you left and things did continue, and the business did survive? What have you seen?
So first of all, I want to thank my staff for all those times that I jump out on them and leave them holding the bags. It happens all the time. Baruch Hashem, I have a very good staff who steps up and takes care of what they need to take care of. They understand the importance of Hatzolah. They understand the importance of what we do. On the contrary, with customers and running out on customers and affecting my business, I find that customers in the long run, they appreciate and they respect you more because of it. Mm-hmm. I've had many times during COVID, I've had customers, I wasn't sure why they were calling me, whether it was business or it was medical reasons. They needed advice, they needed help, they needed me to check up on them just because they had, during the height of COVID, let's say in the springtime. So it created a better relationship with my customers over the long periods of time, where they understood what I do, they respected what I do, and they understand if I'm not there, they always can call the office and there is someone else who will help them.
Now, back to Avram Moshe at work, have you ever encountered a scenario where you come to someone's house and you say, wait, this is a long-time customer of mine, and if you've had such a scenario, was it awkward? How do you handle it when you show up to someone's house and you say, wait, I know this person?
Most people, the answer is yes, first of all. I've had this many times. Most people, first of all, appreciate sometimes seeing a familiar face. Mm-hmm. They might mention, like, am I going to be uncomfortable walking to your store? But I never, ever bring up or mention any part of any call to any customer. When they walk in, it's all business.
It's like you never saw them before.
Exactly. Unless they bring it up to me, I never bring it up to them again.
Right. That's the professional confidentiality of Hatzolah, where whatever goes on in an Hatzolah call stays in the ambulance, stays at the call. And I imagine, Rabbi Yoel, you've had scenarios like that as well.
Yeah, if a customer comes up to me and talks to me about a call, I'll first play dumb, like I don't know what call you're talking about. Mm-hmm. If they really push hard, I'll be like, okay, I'm glad you're okay. And a lot of times they come up to us and they'll say, we just want to give our thanks for you going out of your way and taking care of us. And I try, like Moshe said, not to at all bring up it's all call if I see anyone in the street or in my store or in business or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Reb Shui, have you ever had to feign ignorance after a call by a customer who comes over to you and starts schmoozing with you about something that you had been at?
I've had serious cases of amnesia. I totally forgot calls. I just tell them, yeah, I did treat you 6 months ago. You know what? I just don't really remember. Because I knew they wouldn't feel comfortable. I knew they'd feel uncomfortable with me even knowing about that call. So. Right.
So as much as it sounds like they want to talk about it, they really would prefer if you didn't know about it.
In certain cases. Certain cases it made sense just to say, we go on so many calls, I just can't keep track of it at this point, so, yeah.
Yeah, I've witnessed the unbelievable adherence to confidentiality of Hatzolah members. It's incredible. They really, really treat each patient with such sensitivity and such privacy, and that just goes into the broader picture of why Hatzolah is so special, so extraordinary. Why you're our heroes. You're our angels over here in this town, keeping us healthy, keeping us safe, and allowing us to go through our day-to-day tasks and our day-to-day schedules, knowing that you're there in case you're needed. Now, you may be needed sometimes at your actual work site. Have you ever had in the supermarket where something happened and you had to administer first aid on site?
Yes, many times again. I've had people have seizures in my store. I've had people minor traumas. I've had an unconscious person, chest pains. Stuff happens in the store also.
Rabbi Yoel, anything in Gelbstein's?
Yeah, we had a person pass out in the store. We had a slip and fall. the regular common calls. Baruch Hashem, nothing too serious. And we just go about it the same way as we go about any other call.
You ever have a customer surprised that there was a Hatzolah member right there? And do you have your gear?
You have
your gear nearby? Is that something?
Yes, I have a bag in my office as well,
Mm-hmm.
so that just in case it's something that I don't go into my car for.
Mm-hmm.
But I've had next door where there's a call and the person's like, "I just hung up the second. How did you get here?" So had it a couple times like that.
Have you ever had anything on New Lines, either in the office or at some site somewhere?
So not in the office, but we've had in our building and the next building over. We're 4th and Monmouth, so it's like the center of everything.
Exactly, you're in the middle.
So whether it's in my building, the next building, whether it's nearby, it's pretty common.
On behalf of the whole Lakewood community, I want to thank you three again. A reminder to all of you out there, please donate. Hatzolah.auction. The auction hotline number is 732-363-5600. You could text the contribution as well to 732-978-9790. Again, donate online at Hatzolah.auction. I'd like to thank Rabbi Yoel Tesser, Rabbi Avram Moshe Muller, and Rabbi Shui Schmuckler. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your selflessness, for your constant devotion and dedication to us all. May we never need your services, but should we need them, we thank you for being there. And again, please, everyone out there, donate and be part of the movement that is Hatzolah of Central Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Most people are scheduled people, and they get up in the morning, they have a time to go learn, they go daven, and go to work.
Hatzolah members are no different. So you go to your minyan that you typically go to, you take out, you put on your talis and tefillin, you daven, you may even get most of the davening done, and all of a sudden you have to go out on the call, take off your talis and tefillin, you leave it on the table. If you're lucky when you come back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, somebody was nice enough to roll it up for you. If not, you have to go into this medish and roll up your talis and tefillin at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
When the day is done at work, you're on the way home, you have a simcha, you have something, and all of a sudden you're driving down Route 9, Central Avenue, and a call can come out, and what happens? You take it.
I'm sure the children respect and understand the fact that we get disrupted and things that they wanted to do don't get done when they wanted to get done. But yeah, it's definitely taxing on them when it happens time and time again.
Your whole entire night's delayed. Your supper with your kids, putting your kids to sleep, or even learning Night Seder or Ma'ariv, or everything like that could get pushed back by an hour to 2 hours.
Every night is really night shift. Like I said, you're always being woken up, regardless of who's out there and if you happen to be on the call. Every night is a night shift. But in order to make sure that every single call gets covered in a timely fashion, we have the members out there, we have the members up and ready, dressed, making sure that the resources and the manpower are there immediately. Even if the second and third one will take a few minutes to get there, the first guy is always there immediately. The first guys and the ambulance is always there immediately.
It's literally a 24/7 job. It's very difficult for me to step out of town. And I don't go away for Shabbosim. I don't go away for, once a year when I try to go away for a couple of days. I take 2 cell phones with me and, Baruch Hashem, my wife understands this is what I signed up for, and I'm busy with it literally the entire day. So, yeah, we go out of town once a year, but I'm busy with Hatzolah the entire day.
Family support really is the way that you get by all the hard times. Yom Tov, it's hard when you're sitting with your family and you think about the other families that were torn apart and broken apart and left with disheveled, left with the pieces to pick up. It makes you appreciate what you do have, even though you lose some of that time, but you appreciate when you get back home and then there's a home to go to and a family that's behind you and a family that's there to support you. It makes a huge difference.
Night watch is an unbelievable thing. When everyone's sleeping in Lakewood, everyone can rest assured there's always a guy in Hatzolah that's dressed and up, sitting in the Hatzolah garage, in their car, and they're ready to go on a call. And the coverage time on that is as fast as it is during the day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's the same exact time. Because the guy's up, he's in a centrally located area, and at that time of the night, there's no one on the road, and he can get across town very easily. Being a member on Central Jersey Hatzolah is a commitment. It's a commitment that we all take, that we enjoy doing, and we appreciate life. You go on a call, sometimes it could take 5 minutes, and sometimes it could take 2 hours, or sometimes it could even take 5 hours. We go to New York, we do out-of-town transports all the time. It's something that you have to be committed to, and that you care for, and that you want to do it.
unlike other agencies, Hatzolah members are really trained.
It's an evolving field of medicine that's constantly changing, constantly needs to be updated. Paramedics in particular have a certain amount of classes they must take, a certain amount of shifts they have to do just to keep up their credentials. It's time consuming. It's very time consuming.
I'm sitting here and I know that members are saving lives, and we'll do anything for members. I mean, I will do anything for a member. I believe that they are the pillars of this organization.
Baruch Hashem, we can't stop. So we keep it up and we push and push and push. And the people that are behind us, pushing us, they're the ones that really keep us going. The ones that keep on making us out there, making sure we're out there, making sure we don't give up, making sure we don't stop even for a moment. And that's just the only way we can continue. If we wouldn't have that support, there's no way we can continue.
The main thing is we're all in this together, and we're doing this l'shem shemayim, and that's the pillar of this organization.
And welcome back to the Hatzolah of Central Jersey's live event this year entitled Win Win. We are in hour number 2, and if you want to still win that cannon power shot, your time has expired, I'm sorry. However, this segment, you have the option to win from Focus Electronics a Yamaha 61-key touch-sensitive portable keyboard. That's right. For the budding young musician or not-so-young musician, if you want to get into it, you're stuck in the house, whether you're quarantining or not, you want to keep busy in between those learning segments, it's good to tickle the ivories a little bit. All you have to do is give a $100 donation. You automatically enter to win that Yamaha. And of course, the code is Focus Win Win. And we have an amazing segment coming up. Everybody's dealing with COVID nowadays. Everywhere you go, you see it. We're almost about a year in. So there's going to be a segment coming up now with doctors. Halachic Leibowitz from Hatzolah. Dr. Shimshi Zimmerman, who, I'm sorry, he's not here right now, but I would love to speak to Shimshi. These doctors have put their lives in danger for Hatzolah. And Rabbi Dr. Daniel Roth. These 3 doctors are going to be talking about COVID a year later.
So I think we owe a tremendous gratitude to them because not only have they been out in the field, but people like Dr. Roth specifically, Rabbi Roth, people who have published to try to somehow educate us as much as it's possible. And because what has emerged on many levels is a lack of clarity. I mean, that's an understatement of the year.
What do you think they're going to talk about?
Well, I think they'll talk about probably masking versus not masking.
It's a good idea.
Right.
Traveling out of state?
Traveling. I'm sure they'll talk about traveling. I would assume that they're going to talk about congregating in shuls and davening and things of that nature.
Outdoor minyanim
versus indoor minyanim, right? You just told me that you were traveling and you davened in an outdoor minyan that wasn't outdoor enough.
Minyan,
it wasn't outdoor enough.
With masks
right.
and more than 6 feet, and it was in a very warm location.
Right. So the confusion, I think, that has surrounded the COVID pandemic, I think it's defined the pandemic. Like, of course, it's dangerous. Of course, it's horrific. Of course, it's taken a tremendous toll on the community. And I don't know anybody who hasn't lost people very near and dear to them. I don't know anybody who hasn't lost anybody.
Correct.
It's really, and it's very, very, very painful. But one of the things is when you have a clarity about something, then I think the mind finds it easier to deal with it. But when there's no clarity,
it's
like
the uncertainty of it,
is incredible. And so the doctors, I think, hopefully will illuminate us. And Dr. Leibowitz, another dear friend, these are people who have been literally at the front lines. Dr. Leibowitz, one of his specialties is the vents. And venting is, of course, a very large part.
I actually spoke to him when my father was in the hospital.
You see that?
They said, call him over here.
Right. One of the world's leading experts, literally, on tapering people from their vents. Yeah. And therefore, in this crisis, a tremendous go-to person. But I want to make a very important point, and that there is a complete lack of clarity that we have on many, many levels.
Because they also say that to properly know how to deal with a medical emergency and a virus, such as such, you need 4 to 6 years of proper study, and we don't have that time.
But there was one area of extreme clarity, and that was the Hatzolah members.
100%.
The Hatzolah members, and again, we're not going to go into detail about certain hospitals where people were allowed in or not allowed in or told to go to different areas, which was extraordinarily painful, very, very threatening to life, that kind of situation.
But they took those calls.
They took every call, and they were there. I have friends who they kept out of the hospital because they kept coming back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day. and they wanted to make sure that people would not be vented.
Give them oxygen, check their levels a few
what
times
they were
a
doing.
day.
So all the uncertainty that we have, of course, is globally in this pandemic. We understand that, but there was no uncertainty, and there was a clear call to action, a clarion call to action on the part of the Hatzolah members, and they were there, and they were supplying it, and they were saving lives every single day and every single minute, every single day. And that's why Rabbi said the only thing we can do is to show a little bit of Hakaras Hatov, is to participate. And this is the event through which we can participate and show Hakaras Hatov. And the auction hotline is 732-363-5600, 732-363-5600. We're already a couple hours into the campaign, and we need your help.
That's right.
It's not enough. It's not enough, Rabbi said.
We're seeing results, and we love seeing results. We want to do more because we need so much more equipment. We need to make sure that everybody's properly sustained.
Absolutely.
With all
How
the
much
things
equipment
that
did they go through? If we talk about protective equipment, you talk about the medical equipment they need, you talk about the oxygen concentrators that were magically appearing from different places. These people did magic. So we need your help right now. And without your help, we cannot continue to do what we're doing. You are the integral part. Yes, we need Hatzolah members. We need equipment, but we need you. And you can act right now by calling 732-363-5600. You can text to 732-978-9790. Of course, you can go on Hatzolah auction online, and you will.
Auction, right?
Hatzolah, I'm sorry, you're right. Hatzolah that little dot.
Yeah.
That little dot makes a big difference, I find, especially
But
email
most
addresses.
importantly, enjoy this next segment. Not enjoying it probably is not the word, but at least learn more about what's been going on, preventative ways to help your community,
Get
your family,
educated.
get educated, and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this wonderful auction program. We're joined for this segment by three outstanding Balei Chesed. And I describe them as Balei Chesed first and physician second, because in the medical field, their devotion and their dedication to their patients far surpasses whatever expectations one may have based on their medical knowledge. So thank you, Dr. Daniel Roth, who is the Associate Professor of Ophthalmology at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, the author of Halachas of Refuah on Shabbos, and Chaver of the Beis Havad. Thank you, Rabbi Dr. Roth, for being with us. We have Dr. Chuna Chaim Leibowitz. Now, I know it's really Lebowitz, but I don't want to get yelled at by anyone, so it's going to be Dr. Leibowitz
You got it.
tonight. And Dr. Leibowitz is a member of the Medical Board of Hatzolah, the Chief Medical Officer at LTAC, and a member, did I pronounce that right?
You're doing great.
I'm doing good. And a member of the Medical Board of Chaim Aruchim. Thank you, Dr. Lebowitz. And we have via teleconference Dr. Shimshi Zimmerman, Medical Director of Hatzolah of Central Jersey and Borough Park Center in Borough Park. And Dr. Zimmerman, we're only allowing you on this program this time via teleconference. Next time we want you here in person, Be'ezus Hashem. But thank you.
Yirtzeh Hashem, we should be able to.
And Yirtzeh Hashem, thank you to you three. We're here for a fascinating panel discussion about a general topic that has really played such a prominent role in our lives over the last almost a year, and that's the COVID-19 pandemic. And so much has been experienced, and so much has been learned, and few people have the knowledge of how this pandemic has affected us and what we should still be doing as you three. So we thank you for that. And I'd like to ask a question that many people have, and that is, has social distancing, masking, lockdowns, and other such measures been scientifically proven to be effective in preventing the spread of COVID? And I'll start with Rabbi Dr. Roth.
So it's a good question, and the idea of a scientifically proven concept is very familiar to us. When you have something that is studied with a control group and a study group, and you put them together against each other and match them, then that's something scientifically proven. We do know that masks prevent transmission of infection. Every surgeon, there's not a surgeon in the world who will do a surgery on a area of the body that's at risk for infection without wearing a mask, because we know that the mouth and respiratory droplets carry infection and they carry disease, they carry bacteria all the time. We know from many situations that viral illnesses are transferred, some more through fomites, some more through other body fluids, but many respiratory illnesses as coronaviruses are transmitted through respiratory droplets. So the idea was that masking will prevent transmission between people when they speak to each other. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to be as socially distanced, and I've got a good 6 feet from you, so we're trying to keep that even though I'm fully vaccinated. But there's a concern of transmission even with vaccinated people, which is something we may discuss later. But the idea of masking and social distancing is an important feature to prevent the transmission from person to person. And it has been shown in small groups. There are certain countries that adopted masking and social distancing in a very strict way early on, and they had a much lower incidence of disease. It's not like you had two groups within a country or two identical countries you can compare quote unquote scientifically, but there's so much external data supporting masking. I mean, just take an example where the social distancing that we had, for better or for worse, whether by desire or by force, by regulation, that we had in March and the beginning of April, basically eliminated COVID from Lakewood. The doctors were surprised. There were no cases of COVID in Lakewood in May, June, July, August. I was speaking to different infectious disease experts and epidemiologists. Did we reach herd immunity with the big impact of the first wave? Is it possible? It doesn't seem possible. We didn't have enough numbers of people getting infected. And the answer was that episode of social distancing and separation and lockdown eliminated COVID.
But were we just delaying the inevitable then? Because once things opened up, people got it. So
only because people opened up without any caution. I think that there's the possibility, again, in America, people like their freedom and it's harder to do, but in areas and in groups and other communities, including Jewish communities that were much more strict and adherent, there's a suggestion, at least, again, I can't say it's scientifically proven, that their illness and death rates were much lower because of more adherence. There are certain communities, I don't want to mention them, where the shuls and yeshivas that were more adherent to social distancing did not have a strong hit of disease and death, where the groups that were a little more leaning towards laxity in these areas did have, in the exact same time period during that second wave.
Now, Dr. Leibowitz, what have you found? Do you feel that these restrictions and lockdowns have been scientifically proven enough to work to stem the tide?
As Dr. Ross said, it's a complicated question. When, as Dr. Ross said, we study these things, we try to study them rigorously. Also, however, we kind of resort to biological plausibility. And I think it makes sense that to try to stop a respiratory illness that we know is spread by respiratory droplet, that if people are masking and distancing, that it's going to have an effect on that disease. I do think that, as Dr. Ross said, that when COVID is out there and widespread in the community, that masking, social distancing, and essentially shutting down had a huge salutary effect on what happened after the spring. To me, there was no question that was the right thing to do, and lives were saved. And if we would have done that earlier, my sense is that potentially more lives would be saved. I do think now that to embrace the masking and social distancing, my sense is, and again, I don't have studies to necessarily back this up, but my sense is that half measures don't help too much, meaning that I think if we're going to mask in shul and go to simchas, it's not going to help. I think we've shown that simchas, chasanas, are a major spreader event for our community. And I think that the first thing that we need to do is to, if we were going to address the scourge of a Lakewood from a public health perspective from the Lakewood community, is to address what seems to be the super spreader events, which we often see as part of simchas. I mean, unfortunately, we've seen people go from sheva brachas to sitting sheva more than on just a few occasions. I mean, so COVID is real. COVID has killed. Our community has been hit pretty hard. We can talk about what measures to do and what social distancing to do en masse, and people can kind of debate that in the details. I think there's absolutely no place for what I'm perceiving is this kind of cavalier attitude, either that COVID is done or COVID's not my problem, or it's all going to be okay, and look at this community and that community. There's no place to minimize the scourge of what happened in Lakewood, the tremendous cost in human life and suffering, and in the past, and unfortunately what we're experiencing presently and going on to the future.
I do want to get more in detail of some of the things you mentioned, but I want to ask Dr. Zimmerman specifically, well, more generally about all these restrictive measures, and more specifically about masking. I remember reading some reports that there were those who postulated that masking for COVID-19 might not work because of the size of the virus. Dr. Zimmerman, what's your experience specifically with regard to masking, and more generally regarding the restrictive measures that Dr. Leibowitz and Rabbi Dr. Roth addressed?
Okay. So it's been fascinating to hear Dr. Leibowitz and Dr. Roth echo exactly what I feel without having pre-planned this discussion. I just ask everybody to take a look back 11 months ago. And had we known what Purim would have resulted in, not one of us would have a havamina or a doubt in our minds that masking and social distancing at that point was important. And unfortunately, COVID is not over. COVID's still here. COVID affects all of us. And people are still dying from COVID, even in our own communities. So the simplest form of trying to prevent this, and that all the scientists around the world have been saying, are with masking and social distancing. As the other physicians had just said, we're talking about viral infections, and we know it's respiratory driven and spread. So it makes sense that a protective barrier would stop it. Now, going back to the scientific proof, it's, again, very hard, as Dr. Roth tried to explain, very hard to take two groups, a control group and compare them side by side. But if we look at cities in the US, states in the US, or territories or countries around the world, and we look at the trends, overwhelmingly, the trend that have had decreased amount of cases, hospitalizations, and death are the ones that have enacted strict social distancing, lockdown precautions, and mask wearing. Just recently, a study came out that the 30 states that had enacted stricter ones, of course, had decreased rates. So it makes sense to us. And again, for me, it's also not a big deal to wear a mask when I can't social distance. So to me, it's a very simple maneuver that's been proven to decrease the spread, which is going to prove to save lives. On the other hand, the other restrictive measures, we really have to focus on the community and the klal. When people are focused and looking out and saying, oh, I'm exposed, or I'm sick, or my child is sick, I don't want to go and be the spreader, because as we know, you can be an asymptomatic carrier for 48 or more hours before testing positive, and even be an asymptomatic spreader for quite a while. I need to then limit my exposure or other people's exposures. So going to a shul, going to an event, and going to the big super spreader events like the simchas, the chasanas, where people are mingling and dancing and eating together in close quarters for a prolonged amount of time, that's where I think we have to really, really focus our attention, and we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck.
So I hear that the doctors are unanimous, really, on these measures, that this is what needs to be done. But I want to step back for a moment and put something out there. There is a certain level of doubt that you find among the populace as to whether these approaches work. And I want to put out a suggestion as to why. When COVID-19 first started, and Dr. Zimmerman, I'll ask you first, all we heard was about flattening the curve. You got to flatten the curve. The medical system is overloaded. It's an emergency. We have to make sure people don't get the virus. Or, don't go into the hospital. Actually, don't go into the hospital because the hospital couldn't handle them. Later on, at some point, there was a shift where we went from flattening the curve to making sure that people don't get COVID. Many people thought at the beginning that it would be a good idea to get COVID if you can handle it. This way you get it, you kind of get it out of your system. But I think the murky messaging, or at least the change in messaging at some point, threw people off. And that's why at this point people are not sure, hold on, I heard about flattening the curve, now I'm hearing about this. Today it's one mask, tomorrow it's two masks. Yes, social distancing. I could get COVID if I go to shul without a mask, but on the plane I could take it off while I'm eating, while I'm in this tight environment. I think a lot of these conflicting messages, and I like all three panelists to address this question. Dr. Zimmerman, what do you say to those people who express almost frustration with contradictory messages that they're hearing?
Okay, it's another great question, and it's not the first time I'm hearing it. It's not the 100th time I'm hearing it. And now, not to sound brass or crude, the same person who has the question probably knows someone who's died recently from COVID, or knows someone who's 35 years old and admitted to the hospital, or knows a pregnant female who has now an uncertainty about how the risk of the baby is going to be, or what we call the long haulers. The 35-year-old previously healthy person who sort of recovered from COVID, but yet now has to see a lung specialist because they're short of breath after walking 2 blocks. So it's not just about the people who died from COVID, which keeps on going up, even in our communities. It's about the people who are affected from COVID in the knowledge that we don't know yet, after only dealing with this for 11 months. So the flatten the curve was when no one knew anything about COVID. And yes, that's what the scientists were telling us, and that's what we were, giving over. And I understand the frustration, and I understand the question that we had 2 to 3 months of quiet, Baruch Hashem. Unfortunately, it's back. And I think anyone just has to spend a few hours with myself, Dr. Lebowitz or Dr. Roth, or any other physician to see the magnitude of what's going on. Forget about hearing the fact that 3,000 or 4,000 Americans are dying every day. That's more than, unfortunately, who died on 9/11. That's every day, right? So when we talk about, are we trying to scare the Chevra and the Kehillah? No. I'm trying to balance continuing life, continuing having our yeshivas and our schools open, being able to, celebrate Yom Tovim with family in a safe but sensible fashion, while trying to minimize the unnecessary risk. Now, the question of unnecessary is very debated, but I can't look into my patient's eyes who says, I behaved, I wore a mask, but this person was sitting next to me and didn't, and now we're intubating their father. Those are the unfortunate things that we have to deal with, and that's the reality of it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Jump in here. For the people who would tell me the messages have been murky, first we said flattening the curve, now this, my attitude would be to tell that person, Shimshi says he risks being brass. I'm going to be a little bit more brass. I would tell the person, grow up. Grow up. We call this COVID-19. Coronavirus, COVID-19. Why do we call it COVID-19? Because it was described in December of 2019. So now March 2020 comes, we're 3 months later, and now someone says, okay, this is a disease that we've never seen before, affecting a population in a way that we've never seen before. My joke is that I skipped the lectures on pandemics in medical school because we didn't think it'd be relevant again. The last time we had a pandemic in America was 1918. We're trying to figure out what to do, how to do, with imperfect information. We spend all of our time learning, thinking we're subtle, trying to make distinctions, and understanding that we live in a world of doubt and suffix. And then all of a sudden, someone comes in and says, Lebowitz, you're not...
Can I interrupt for a moment? Are you making a public admission on the Hatzolah of Central Jersey auction that the doctors were not equipped, or at least some of them,
No, I'm not.
to prepare for a pandemic?
No, so let me tell you.
It was so unexpected that when it
came,
I'm
telling you like
scrambling
this,
for an approach.
Is that bright people learn by experience. And when you're faced with a difficult situation, you learn what to do and how to do. Am I making an admission that before COVID-19 came to Lakewood, I've never treated a patient with COVID-19? Yes. No one has. Did we know what it was? No, I had the same situation in the early days of the pandemic and I sat with lots of people and lots of frocks. And they were saying, we're hearing COVID is a disease of old men. COVID is a disease of old men. Then we had our first young man admitted to the ICU. I said, what happened? The doctor, I tried to explain that, when it's 1 in 1,000 and you have 10,000 people affected, now you're going to have 10 people in the ICU, right? It's called fractions. There's numerators, denominators. We're going to see it. for reasons that are still inexplicable to me. This is, again, admission of coronavirus ignorance on the Hatzolah win-a-thon, or whatever this thing is that we're doing here, is that I don't understand completely now why COVID went from an old man's disease to a young woman's disease. I mean, we're seeing, we're seeing pregnant ladies on life support in Lakewood. I mean, that's scary, and we didn't have that before. There's something biologically different. Something else is happening, whether it's a new strain, a difficult strain. Do I understand it? No, I don't yet understand it. I hope.
See, I think people are become doubtful when they see people, and I'm not talking about anyone in particular, when they come out with strong statements with such certainty, like they know, and then people see as time goes on that really we don't know. There's so much we don't know.
So let me jump in. I think one of the problems was that this was a new disease, like Dr. Lebowitz explained, and we were learning as we go. And when there's a new situation, you need to study it, you need to understand it. We can give advice, guidance. As doctors, we would convene and talk on Zoom about things. But there's an expectation in our world today of immediate social media and people putting things out there, so much misinformation, so much politicized, so much fake news, and people hear things and make assumptions. They said this, and they said that. And there's an expectation to have responses or information, and not enough people saying, we don't know yet. And because of these problems, people made certain assumptions. But at the same time, you have a few loud, vocal people who are spreading misinformation where the 99 point many, I don't know, more than 99% of all the medical establishment and expert physicians agree on social distancing, on the fact that it's respiratory droplets. I saw these videos about people with putting on masks showing how smoke comes around it, so therefore it doesn't matter. It's such a weak argument because, yes, maybe there would be some tiny percentage of the virus because it's particle size that comes out in aerosolization around the mask. But the vast majority of the spread, it's about viral load, it's about transmission. There's so much science goes into it that if you wear a mask and you're speaking, your respiratory droplets are carried by the mask. Even now, I'm trying to talk this way and not towards you because we decided to do this without a mask, for better or for worse, whatever. But, the point is, and even though I guess I know at least two of us, maybe all three of us are vaccinated, but we still don't know whether vaccination eliminates transmission. We need to be cautious. But going back in time, the point was that the message is caution, and not only, so there are two things. One is we have to understand that there's a group of experts that know things. Throughout all of history, Jewish communities turned to physicians for medical guidance, and Halacha also turned to medical expert opinion to decide things. Somehow here there's a mistrust. The mistrust came about by a lot of politicization, by a lot of misinformation, and therefore there is this mistrust. Another problem is that there was a resentment to the restrictions, questioning their necessity, because the restrictions had to do with something which was very personal and violates the very core of the community, and that is closing yeshivas and shuls.
Mm-hmm. And I would comment that a lot of the lingering mistrust comes from the fact that during the height of COVID, when there were protests and certain selective gatherings that people got away with, but our shuls and yeshivas are closed. To us, that's our core.
So number one, I want to say that I think it was the right thing to do to close the yeshivas and shuls for that period of time initially, because we needed to shut this down. Does that mean that people can go have a protest? Of course not. That's outrageous. And then people said, how can you go to shul? How come you can't go to shul and you can go to store to buy things? Well, first of all, there's a big difference when people are praying together, davening together, and talking to each other in a social setting, before and after shul, versus walking in with a mask, buying what you need immediately, talking to no one, and walking out. It's a much different risk. Does that mean that they should go and hang out in stores? No. People should go and get what they need and come out. So it wasn't like a disconnect.
Dan, if I could just, that whole thing, I've heard this argument all the time. And say people, how are you closing shuls and yeshivas if you're not closing,
grocery store?
This. And I tell them, it's like, you're missing the point. It's not a punishment. We're not punishing you. No one's trying to punish you. It's not a punishment. Why are you punishing me and not punishing him? We're trying to give recommendations to help save you. I'm not punishing you. I'm trying to help you. We're not trying to hurt you. And the other thing is like this. Could we, you have to realize when a pandemic is hitting and people are dying, I'm telling you, I'm sure we'll have segments about what it was like. Carry a Hatzolah radio, that one Moti Shabbos where the thing would not stop going, and a third of the patients who went to the hospital died in the hospital, never to see their families on their first surge. This was absolutely terrifying. So, I just don't see why in any other natural disaster, like when a hurricane hits or there's a tornado or there's a fire, and when they're like, we're not sure the fire marshal kind of messaged that correctly. Maybe it was a little bit too strident. Maybe it was a little bit just, there was a fire burning and we lost 110, 120 people already in Lakewood. To go back and say, like, maybe we could have hired, Shmuley and his chevra to kind of, like, figure out how to PR this thing, I think is, again, a very myopic kind of juvenile way of looking of what we're facing.
Now, Dr. Zimmerman, I want to ask Dr. Zimmerman.
But I want to finish a couple of points, and that is that at that time when we needed to do what we needed to do, I still, till this day, don't understand that as we decided, okay, we're going to open up our shuls because it's gotten better and the cases have come down, why did it have to go to a complete disregard just because we didn't hear the ambulances anymore? Logic dictates, and physicians recommended, that we still have a pandemic. There's still a risk of a second wave. People somehow, I don't know why they didn't believe it. Even I was like wondering, how do they know?
I want to ask you, why was there such pushback?
1 second.
I want to ask all three of you, why was there such pushback?
But before you go there,
if it's so obvious to you and to Dr. Zimmerman,
so I want to say that
we have masses of people who don't get it.
So I think part of it is that unless you hear the ambulance screaming and you see the people dying, or you hear about it on the news, then you think it's over. And part of the problem is that people think that there's no big deal. There's not a big pandemic because you're not going around and seeing the dead bodies in the street. People aren't talking about it as much. There's a big community. You do hear about cases. You get desensitized to some things as well. You think that, well, it's just an older person, but like many Rabbanim who I've heard speak about this say, we care about our elderly and we care about every year of their life. And unfortunately, it is not over. And it's still occurring, and even though physicians are more familiar with the hospitalizations and deaths and the lingering illnesses, people on the street don't hear about it and think, okay, we just want to go back to living normally. And I would think, and I think most physicians agree with me, of course from physicians would agree with me, we critically want our tefillah and our Torah, and there's no reason why we have to limit that in any way. But why couldn't we
This is where I'd like to jump in. I'd like to jump in. I think, I don't know if it was a mistrust or a misrepresentation. No frum physician's goal was to ever say davening, tefillah, and yeshiva was not important.
Of course.
We were doing this to save lives, and under the information we were receiving, and what we were seeing from around the world. And then, even now, my goal is the exact opposite. My goal is to try to keep our shuls and our schools open and try to live life normally, but without spreading unnecessarily, because there are susceptible people out there still who are going to die, unfortunately, from this.
The frum
physicians
that I was in touch with, I think they value Torah and tefillah at least as much as the klal. And the goal was, like Dr. Zimmerman said, that we wanted to make sure that you don't have a spread through a school that will shut it down, but rather to try and maintain yeshivas and schools to stay open.
We are back. Welcome back to the Hatzolah of Central Jersey's live event entitled Win Win. We will continue that conversation, COVID 1 year later, with all of our doctors a little bit later. I hope you guys got a little bit of information about what's going on, how to handle it going forward in the future.
I think after that heavy topic, might need a little bit of musical entertainment.
That's a very good idea, Rabbi Milstein. Coming up next is a performer who performed earlier, and I forgot to thank him, so thank you very much to Uri Davidi, Lakewood's very own, just released a new single entitled Jump Jump. If you're short of breath, don't jump, but if you gave the tzedakah to Hatzolah and you might win, If you win, jump. There you
Absolutely.
go. Our next segment we're going to have coming up now is a survivor of a heart attack. Hatzolah came to his rescue, and he was a survivor, so we're going to jump to that. We'll be back in just a few minutes, but visit Hatzolah.auction, call 732-363-5600, or text 732-978-9790, and we'll be right back.
Let's go, everybody. How many of you guys heard the new song, Jump? Wherever you are in your house, I want to see all of you guys jumping. Let's go. Jump. Come on, let's go. Everybody up.
I hear the notes. I love that sound. When everything just turns around. 'Cause there's a song that's gonna play, and the music's gonna take me away from all the pain that hides within, from loneliness to connection. When I get lost in something else, only music brings me back to myself. So come and jump, 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 won't you sing with me? Jump, 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 be all you can be. Turn it up, hear the melody. Every soul's got its own musicality. Jump, 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 won't you sing with me? Jump, 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 be all you can be. Turn it up, hear the melody. Never gonna stop, giving what you got, everybody hot. We're breaking free.
Come on, let's go. Everybody, move those feet. Jumping. Yeah, let's go.
So feel the beat inside your heart that's been with you right from the start, and find the key to who you are. There ain't no one else who's playing your part in one big world of harmony that needs us all, both you and me. No perfect pitch, no single beat, but together our tune is complete. So come and jump, 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 won't you sing with me? Jump, 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 be all you can be. Turn it up, hear the melody. Every soul's got its own musicality. Jump, 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 won't you sing with me? Jump, 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 be all you can be. Turn it up, hear the melody. Never gonna stop, giving what you got, everybody hot. We're breaking free.
Everybody, come on, let's go. It's a win-win. Get those feet jumping. Jump, jump. And make sure you are going to Hatzolah and win-win.
I believe that I can. It's all up to me when I know that I can. It's my reality, so I'll say that I can. Then I'll hit the key, say I can. Yes, I can. We all can. Jump, jump, jump. Come on, everybody, jump now. Jump, jump, jump. Hey, come on, jump, come on, jump. Turn it up, hear the melody. Never gonna stop, giving what you got, everybody hop. We're breaking free.
Guys, go to Hatzolah.auction. It's a win-win. Hatzolah.auction. It's a win-win, everybody. Jump, jump and win. Jump and win.
Never gonna stop, giving what you got, jump.
Thank you very much. Make sure you win.
Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25 with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Di Da, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the Big Win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the Big Win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the Win, Win-Win, and Win-Win-Win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win. Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free. Now that's a grand win. So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support fly cars and 3 Basic Life Support fly cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you.
Okay, welcome back to the Hatzolah auction. One of the most inspiring moments of Hatzolah's auction every year is when we get to hear from a patient, from someone who's actually helped by Hatzolah, and together with a member who was on that call helping the patient, and hear their story. And it's something which always moves me, and I find that our viewers love it, and it convinces people to donate, and it gets them to enter the auction. So before we start, if that alone was enough to convince you, the number's right here on the screen. Make sure to donate right now. Enter at Hatzolah.auction. Call the number. Great prizes. It's a real win-win. So we're here now with Moshe Lipschitz. Moshe has been a member of Hatzolah for how long?
16 plus years.
16 plus years. And Yossi was helped by Hatzolah about a year ago. So
December 10th.
December 10th. Wow. So on December 10th, you were learning with the Chavrusa, and then you left the Beis Medrash from your Chavrusa at about 7 o'clock. And what happened?
I just texted my wife. It was actually, I saw my phone after. It was 7:03. And
the next thing I know, I was just walking back to my car. The next part of the story is I was found lying in the street next to my car. I only woke up later in the hospital after being on I was 2.5 weeks on a respirator, or about 2 weeks on a respirator, and I was told I had cardiac arrest from a heart attack, and also had fallen hard on my head, together with a brain injury.
Wow. So 7:03, you texted your wife that you were on your way home, and then the next thing you know, you wake up a week and a half later, right, in the hospital. Wow. So that's what you know because, right, you were out. So Moshe, maybe you could share with us. So what happened?
Well, we got the call as a patient down on the street in the intersection, I think it was 10th and Clifton or somewhere in that area, and it was dark at that hour, and the first members got there and they said they have a patient that's unresponsive. Obviously, that turns up, everybody's antenna, so to speak, and we rushed to the scene together with asking for a full paramedic response, which is a whole separate unit within Hatzolah that's required. When we require life-saving measurements that are needed at the scene, which is when we basically bring the hospital to the patient. And indeed, he was unresponsive. Now, when you find the patient down on the street, we don't know whether he was hit by a car, whether he tripped and fell, or suffered some type of stroke, heart attack, or anything like that. But obviously, we're trained to try to do the best we can to look for those things. And we were taught ABCs. That's airway, breathing, circulation. We found them to be not breathing, and without a circulation, which means no pulse, which means he was, like he said, he was in cardiac arrest.
Wow.
So, step number one is, we pull out our life pack, which is our $30,000 machine, which is literally the number one tool that we have for life-saving, equipment, and it's one of the most important things that every single paramedic needs to have. And thankfully, we had one on scene pretty quick. It was myself together with 2 other paramedics. We got the machine out, we put him on it, and realized that indeed he was in cardiac arrest. He was in a shockable rhythm. I don't remember the exact number of times that we shocked him, but we did deliver quite a few shocks, and we were obviously with intubating him, which is helping him breathe, kind of bringing the respirator to the patient like they do in the hospital, but we brought it to him out on 10th and Clifton, and Baruch Hashem, after a matter of, I don't remember the exact timing, but I think that by the time we were rolling to the hospital, we had a pulse back, and his heart was beating again, so we restarted his heart.
So just to interrupt you, we'll get
Sure.
back to more of the story, but let's talk a little bit about the life pack. So having a life pack on the scene literally saved a life here.
No question about it. No question about it. One and many others.
So if someone would want to donate a life pack, right, how would they do so?
They'll call the number on the screen or reach
Right,
out.
so call the number on the screen right now. I mean, these life packs we've seen over and over again. I know from being involved with Hatzolah campaigns for years, these life packs save lives, and there's nothing that we would not do. Imagine if this was for a loved one or someone that we knew. There's nothing that we wouldn't do to make sure that every single one of our members, paramedics, and every single one of our ambulances is equipped with the latest state-of-the-art life-saving equipment such as this life pack. And $36,000 to donate? $30,000. It's a bargain. $30,000 to save multiple lives with donating a life pack. So if anyone wants to donate a life pack, you call right now. Don't worry about waiting online. Don't worry about the many people that are calling for auction tickets. Just tell them right away you want to donate a life pack. I'm sure they'll put you right through, and you could donate one right now, or call to donate any amount to the Hatzolah auction, because Hatzolah needs your help to be able to continue saving lives. So when we were talking before, your wife told me that you were already in the hospital being treated before 8 o'clock.
Yes.
So that means the response time had to have been extremely fast. So how did you get this crew with the ambulance, with the paramedic response team there so fast?
Well, thankfully, there have been many generous donors in the past, and we did, luckily that he was what I would call smack in the middle of Lakewood, which is equipped with both ambulances and paramedic response vehicles and paramedics that carry this equipment, and we were able to get there pretty quick. We know that in medicine we're taught that when it comes to heart, that time is muscle, and the biggest problem when the heart stops and getting it restarted is doing it quickly. So the fact that we were able to get there fast and recognize what the problem was and being able to deal with it, and goes without saying, I should have mentioned this earlier, the siyata d'shmaya that we had, and that we were zeicha to be the right shluchim, to be able to bring him back to life again, and that's literally what it is. It's,
right, of course.
I once had a patient that had the exact same thing, shocked him, and he actually woke up in the ambulance, and I said, what's going on up there? Because that's literally what it is, bringing a person back from the other world.
I do have what to add, just with the timing. I had, a few weeks later after that, I had a bypass surgery, triple bypass. The doctors told me that unusually, it wasn't usual, that Baruch Hashem, there was no damage at all because of the fast timing. Everything was intact, and everything was, I'd be able to be back up and running.
Amazing. So something that we just found out, I don't know if you even knew this, but we just found out when we were planning for this segment that there happened to have been paramedics already in an ambulance, right there, which usually, I don't know if our viewers know, but usually for paramedics to respond to a call with an ambulance, the paramedics would need to go from their house, go to the Hatzolah garage, like the one here on County Line, or one of the other garages or where ambulances are, and exchange vehicles, basically get into the ambulance and go and respond to the call. And here, we didn't have to wait for that time, even though that could be done in minutes. But that didn't happen because there were paramedics already there. That's the Rebbeinu Shalom had the refuah prepared kaidem lamaka already just for you.
Absolutely.
So let's go back to our call. So you had told me before that you had spoken to some of the members. I know this is the first time that the two of you are meeting.
Correct.
You had met some of the other members on the call, and the members told you a little bit about tracking you. Could you share a little bit about what you heard?
The first members I remember seeing was after I woke up at Jersey Shore. So I definitely remember some members just coming by just to see how I'm doing and just to check up with me, and they're talking to my family members. That was number one. I did make a Suda Sada, and then a few members came that were on the scene, they're at the scene, and they introduced themselves. And one of the members told me that I still have a black and blue mark from you on my arm. You punched me so hard after one of those shocks, but that was the happiest day of my life. That once I felt how hard you were able to punch back, then I knew everything was okay.
And that is absolutely true. So there are people that ask us, going through the paramedic course, it's a 2-year process, and there's continuous training and shifts that the paramedics do, working for the county to get experience and to get better and better. And they ask, it's difficult. I'm not going to say it's not, but it's stories like these that give you chizuk and make everything worth it. Everything worth it. To be able to bring back even one person makes it worth it. But we have multiple and multiple, success
and you go
stories.
through the actual act of going through the course and having to respond to the call. But it costs money to go to such a course. And the training costs money, and the equipment costs money. And that's where everyone who's watching gets to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Everyone watching now could be a part of saving lives just by entering the Hatzolah auction. It's so easy. Just enter the auction, call the number right here on the screen, or go to hatzolah.auction and pick one of these prizes. That's why it's a real win-win. The reason why this year's auction is called a win-win is because not just could you win some of the amazing prizes, but you get the ultimate win of saving lives. So now you shock the patient, right? So Yossi here is back, right, breathing, his heart's beating, on the way to the hospital. What's next?
Well, first of all, we have to continuously monitor, watching the life pack, and keep checking his heart rhythm, keep checking his vital signs, and giving him medication continuously to make sure that he doesn't go back into that rhythm, hopefully, until we get there. And our job is, keep him alive and being able to transfer the care to the hospital, so they should be able to take over to hopefully hope for a good outcome.
And you just leave him at the hospital, or you stick around a little bit?
No, we don't leave patients at the hospital. We don't just drop them off, but we drop them off at the hospital. We make sure that somebody stays there. We notify the hospital that we're coming in. We give them a heads up so that we don't get there, and then they start scrambling to bring the people that they need. We give them probably a 10 to 15 minute heads up that we're on the way. So when we get there, the entire team, from cardiology, respiratory, trauma, everybody's waiting for us. and somebody stays there to make sure that they understand and recognize, what happened with the patient. We give a report to the doctor. We print out actually a rhythm strip, and I can't tell you how many times doctors look at it and they say, "Wow," and this guy's alive. I mean, the statistics. Everybody could look this up. For somebody being in cardiac arrest, to being able to save him, to walk out of a hospital without any long-term damage, the odds are minimal.
That's amazing.
But Hatzolah has phenomenal
That's
success.
Amazing. How about your family? Did Hatzolah get in touch with your family? Did they notify your family?
Yeah, so we have the timing. I just have it. I just have it on the phone. It was, I left my text that I'm on the way home. As I was walking, I remember I was walking out of the base manager building. It was at 7:03 p.m. I have on my phone, my home phone, that Mayor Lichtenstein had called at 7:17.
Wow.
And he was very vague. It didn't sound didn't sound too, didn't make my wife too nervous. Kindly that she has to get herself together. Just he very wisely helped to understand that there was a serious situation, but it didn't scare her, and she got to understand it slowly what was happening.
So the job of Hatzolah is beyond just the patient, but it's dealing with the patient's family and making sure that the patient gets what they need in the hospital and has the right support system.
Our job is to make sure the patient comes home, back to his family, like as if nothing ever happened. That's the goal.
Amazing. So after going through such an incident and such an experience, now I'm meeting one of the members now for the first time, right, today, and having met some of the other members, how does that feel?
I happened to just have just about a week or two ago. I even shared it with the Hatzolah member that I met. I was in a store, and from behind I recognized, I saw a Hatzolah member. It was noticeable he was wearing a Hatzolah jacket, and I took a double look, and I recognized that he was one of the members that came over to me by the Siddur that I made, that he had been on site, and I tapped on the shoulder. He's looking at me. I said, "You might not recognize me, but you're the one that saved my life." So I even told him that I have so much hakasatov to all the members, and he was very happy to hear that and be able to see that that the results of what he had done and who he had helped.
That's amazing. I mean, I can't even imagine what it feels like to meet someone I was out, I didn't see anything. You saved my life. That must be such an overwhelming feeling of appreciation. Let's go back to you for a minute. So the amazing hashgacha pratis in the story of having the members ready, and that this happened right before you got into your car, where someone was able to find you right away, it's just remarkable. And you see the hashgacha pratis that you were zeicha to, and that Hatzolah has on a regular basis. What's your message for our listeners and how they should appreciate Hatzolah more?
I just from my experience in being in the hospital and therapy over the past year, I heard from a couple of nurses that they were begging, "Oh, this Hatzolah, they're so amazing. I wish they'd be more accessible to us, to our community." Everybody was like, they had such raving reviews about the way they saw Hatzolah. That impressed me very much. That they kept I wish they would come to our neighbors. I wish, and that was so. It's something that seemed to everybody how much Hatzolah cares about the patients.
So if you give one more final message, give us our last pitch from both of you, and then we'll head off to a video, and we'll be back with more later.
My emotions are. I know from hearing the doctors that I was in Colombia pretty soon after I got back to myself. One of the top cardiologists told me, he said, what you had was the worst, and it's the timing that you were. It's a zechus. That's the thing that hashgacha, and we're very lucky to have Hatzolah, and the fact that they take such a care of everybody in Lakewood is. I'm very, very lucky, and I really owe my life to it.
Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story, and then we could get one more thought.
What more can I say? If you have everybody that's watching can see this living proof that, Baruch Hashem, we have the people and we had the equipment at the time to bring a person back, to save a person's life, in addition to all the others. What more can I say? Is there not a bigger zechus than that, to be a partner with us we'll put in the time, we'll put in the effort, we'll go on the calls, we'll give up Shabbos and Yom Tovim nights, so on and so forth, work. But we ask from everybody else to at least help us out financially so we can be able to do our job.
Thank you so much, Yossi Sturman and Moshe Lifshitz, for being on and sharing your story with us, inspiring all of us, and b'schus everyone donating. May we never need Hatzolah, never have such incidents again. And make sure to donate right now. We'll be back soon. Thank you.
And welcome back. Welcome back to Hatzolah Central Jersey. This is the auction through which you can express a bit of a karas for what these people are doing for us. You know, in life, we don't really get to have a lot of input in a lot of areas of our lives. Generally speaking, you know, we of course we rely upon the Hashgacha Pratis, we rely upon HaKadosh Baruch Hu's actions and everything in our lives, and it's one of the Sheish Mitzvahs to me is to know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is involved with everything. Ein Zula Sayin, there's nothing else. But oddly enough, today in the Parsha we read about something that our input, which is very important. Rak shivta yitain v'rapa yirape mikan shenitain l'roife rishus l'rapes. From here we have rishus for, and it's not just rishus, but it's absolutely an obligation. Refuah has become an obligation. We are commanded to be involved in the refuah of people. And therefore, us as, I guess, lay people, when do you get to participate in that? When do you get to participate in the Rappe? What is it that you can do to literally make it ishtadlus for refuah in your life on a daily basis? And the answer is not much, except for this. Of course, you can eat healthy. You should exercise. You should, yes, even during COVID, get some fresh air, go outside. All these things are critically important. No one's going to argue with that. But here you have an opportunity by investing in the refuah, by investing in the lives of these people who have given over their lives to save our lives. You can actually be part of that. So I'm asking people to be mekayim that great mitzvah right now. Kadosh Baruch Hu put it into your hands to make it ishtadlus, and you must go over to your phone, dial 732-363-5600. I hope you have it on auto dial by now. I hope you called before, and maybe you want to add a little bit right now, because you can always add a little money to the Hatzolah auction. And by the way, you can do it by phone, you can do it by text, you can do it on Hatzolah.auction. And these are things that you have Kadosh Baruch Hu placed in your hands to do. So if you're going to do this, you will take part. You'll have a shutfus in V'Rapi, something which ordinarily cannot be done. Coming up, we're going to have a tremendous zechus of having Rav Moshe Ratberg. Rav Moshe Ratberg is someone who is the Rav of Hatzolah, someone who gives a shiur on Thursday night for Hatzolah. And during those shiurim, he talks about some of the most fascinating topics that occur daily in the lives of Hatzolah members when it comes to Halacha. Emergencies in Halacha. It's something that it's his particular expertise, along with many other things. Happens to be, I don't know if you know Rabbi Yossi, happens to be a dynamite therapist.
I heard he makes a great show on Thursday night.
Great, so makes show on Thursday night. He's a really all-around person. Really, we should speak about him with great reverence, because he's a huge Talmud Chacham and someone who has traveled the world. And in past years, we saw videos. We traveled the world to ask
his new book is called
Emergencies in Halacha. And the Olam should know. You should all know that if you'd like to, not only can you sponsor an Hatzolah member by contributing to the auction, but you can also sponsor one of his shiurim. You can actually sponsor a shiur. I cannot think of a better way to be menatzeach the memory of a loved one. I cannot think of a better schus if there's someone who's ill, they need a refuah, to sponsor a shiur that's given to Hatzolah people. I can think of a greater segula that Hatzolah members should be matzliach in what they do, right? Incredible. And that we shouldn't need Hatzolah.
I wonder if when they have this shiur, if it's a really busy time for calls or if it's a really quiet time for calls.
Probably Hashgacha Pratis would have it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows you to do what you need to do. Yes, so you can actually sponsor. And again, how do you sponsor a shiur? You got to call 732-363-5600. 732-363-5600. And when you do that, you can get your prizes. And if you have really Shem Shemayim, say, you know what, prizes are not for me. Yeah, it's not Shaloi Lishma. You want to do Lishma? Sponsor the shiur. And with $500, what you're doing is absolutely incredible. So get on the phone. Let's make this push right now. Let Hatzolah have the wherewithal that they need to do what they do. You take a partnership role, V'Rappe, and on top of that, you can sponsor the shiur $500. You got it made.
I think it's a great idea. Also, for those of you who are still entering, who wanted that Yamaha 61 key, touch-sensitive portable keyboard, it's gone. The Canon PowerShot, that's gone. This segment, we have a Sony Alpha A6000 24.3 MP mirrorless digital camera with 16-50 millimeter OSS lens.
Can you say that in English?
No, I cannot. Needless to say, it's a very expensive camera that people who are filming here tonight really want. And all you got to do is donate $100 and you're automatically, besides your win, big win, grand win, ultimate win package, you're entered to win this from Focus Electronics.
Incredible, incredible. But it's not going to happen unless you actually pick up the phone and make that call, or you text, or you go online. And we will be back after this fascinating segment.
That's right.
Okay, we are back now on Hatzolah's auction, and we have the wonderful schus to be here with Rabbi Moshe Ratberg. Rabbi Ratberg is a Rav of Kehilas
Zichron Yecheskel Tom's River.
Right, Zichron Yecheskel Tom's River, as well as very involved in Hatzolah, of course, the author of Emergencies in Halacha. And we're here with a little bit of a different format than we've done in the past. I, of course, am not part of Hatzolah. I'm Shmuley Rosenberg. I'm involved in a lot of different campaigns for different organizations. And I found that Hatzolah is one of the most fascinating organizations that I have the opportunity to be involved with. And one of those areas where Hatzolah is just fascinating is the area that Rabbi Ratberg is mostly involved in, and that's the halachic aspects of what a Hatzolah member goes through on a call. I had the opportunity to join Rabbi Ratberg together with a delegation of Hatzolah a couple years ago on a trip to Eretz Yisrael, where we got to pose many of these shilas to some of the Gedolei HaPoskim, and we thought that today we'll share a little bit about this with our audience. So first, I want to just ask Rabbi Ratberg a question. Why are we so busy with halacha for Hatzolah? You give a share once a week to the members. There's a constant research and discussion and ongoing talk about it. What's the big deal?
So, first of all, I want to, and I think to go back to when we were in Eretz Yisrael together, I think a lot of people don't know that besides being phenomenal at everything you do, that you actually got smicha when we were there. I think you finalized the smicha then, Reb Zalman Nechemia. So from the last people that actually got smicha there. So that's an incredible accomplishment. And we were able to speak about the shilas. It wasn't just the technical parts of wearing the mics and going how close to sit. So, I mean, when you think about Hatzolah, talk about halachas that come up for Hatzolah. See, and that's why we love you, because you know where the mic has to go. So we talk about the technical parts of Hatzolah. The shilas that come up for Hatzolah start long before a call ever came in. Before Shabbos, do they have to shut the interior lights of their car? Do they have to charge their radios? Do they have to make sure they're charged for 2 radios if it goes longer? Shabbos clocks. Is it better that they switch batteries versus putting their battery into things we never even think of?
So that's amazing. So I think let's just break this down a little bit for our viewers here. So that means that a member needs to plan this out before Shabbos, meaning if I take my radio out of the charger, am I going to be able to put it back in the charger? Do I have to be prepared with an extra battery, meaning is it less of an isser, I guess, to put the battery in versus to put
the radio back in the charger or switch the batteries.
So can you break that down for us a little bit?
So Hatzolah members are thinking about Shabbos long before Shabbos. For example, this last week, I got phone calls from member after member. Should I park my car in my garage or should I park it on the street? If I park it in the garage, I'm going to have to do an extra malacha of opening the garage door. But then I won't have the issue with the defogging and things like that on my car. Most of us, we don't have these thoughts. This is something they're thinking before shops. I have equipment. If I keep my car on the street, it's going to get too cold. I'll have to keep it in the house. Then I'll have to carry it into the car. Versus if I keep the car in the garage, I can keep my equipment in the car. I mean, these are intense. These are things they're always thinking about.
That's amazing. So that means our Hatzolah members, besides they have to be trained as EMTs and they have to be trained as paramedics and they have to be trained in the current medical procedures, they also need to be trained in halacha.
Oh, absolutely. And the newer members, we will have multiple shiurim. We'll go through a test. And even then, it's a constant ongoing process because we just spoke about where to put the car. We didn't get to even, what do we do with, with their equipment? Are you allowed to tear tape on Shabbos? So you come to a call, it's a chayil shem by sakana. And cutting tape might be a deraisa for a chayil shem by sakana. Do I want to rely on the shitas that you can do a deraisa with a shinoi or not? I mean, before you even begin with the complicated shilas, these are ready. It's just everywhere you step with Hatzolah and Shabbos, you need to be well-versed and really well-versed.
That's amazing. So how about if we take one example, maybe if you could give us an example of a call and try and walk us through a little bit of the process of what a member goes through on one example of a call.
So let's talk about, let's take for a typical fracture. I think that's, those are pretty common calls. So the dispatcher is going to put out the call, possible fracture. Now, the member doesn't know what's going on at the scene. the member is trusting the dispatcher that it's truly a chayla sheish by sakana. And it's the right thing for them to do. They can't question them.
A fracture would be considered a chayla sheish by sakana?
So it's like saying is sick, being sick a chayla sheish by sakana, meaning you could fracture a finger, you could fracture a femur, you could have an open fracture, compound fracture, angulated fracture. Fractures are just, it's just another word for, it's like saying someone who's sick. So mechanism of injury. Somebody says, my kids, I think they broke their wrist, but they forgot to tell you they fell down a flight of steps head first, and the wrists are the smallest of their issue. So it's difficult. So the members...
How does the dispatcher decide when a call is something that you dispatch a member to on Shabbos?
The dispatchers are the gatekeepers. They really need to be trained. Now, they also have to recognize that callers sometimes are going to be hysterical. They will not accurately... they're not going to depict what exactly is going on. They may be talking about there's a lot of blood coming out, but really because they're hysterical about that when it's nothing. Or they can be hysterical about something silly when really something more serious going on. Or the people that downplay it. My father's not feeling well. I don't know if I need Yidden. Maybe you could just send some in the 90s or the non-Jewish members. And then they come there, and a person who has history of heart conditions with massive chest pains, and he's about to code on the floor. So the dispatchers, very, very difficult situation. Our rule of thumb is, unless you know for sure that there's no chayla sheish by sakana, as the Mishnah Berurah writes, unless you know bebriris that it's not a sakana, we're always going to assume that's potential sakana and always send one member. We don't have to send out the cavalry. We don't have to send out 5 people, but at least one person right away. So that's the dispatcher's end.
Does it make a difference the fact that they are calling? Like, are we assuming that if a firm person is calling on Shabbos, obviously there's something there?
Absolutely, and that's why I think there's so much, there's discussion about non-Jews calling on Shabbos, and we tried to explain this to Manak. We ourselves don't call Hatzolah on Shabbos unless it meets very, very strict criteria. If somebody is calling on Shabbos, that in itself is good enough reason to believe that it's a potential chayla sheish b'sakana. Right. But that's for the first member. And once he gets there, now they get there sometimes, and they see that they thought it was a chayla sheish.
So before we get to that, I just want to point out for our viewers, we don't want people to think now, hesitate to call Hatzolah if you think you need Hatzolah.
Never, ever. And one of the most worrisome things is that slippery slope that I used to say, before you call Hatzolah, think to yourself, is it possible somebody could die from this? So, for example, if a child cut their finger with a knife, I say, ask yourself, is it possible for somebody to die for this? If it seems like possibly yes, call Hatzolah. If it seems like possibly not, if it seems for sure not, then don't call Hatzolah. But I realize it might be people themselves could do that, but it's a very bad advice because so many times people just don't understand the ramifications of things. How many people know that a potential fractured femur could lead to death in a few hours? So we can't expect people to know what sometimes in the industry, in the field, like you seem to know the stuff, in a second nature. People don't. Right. And people should not hesitate because the worst case scenario is it's a suffix by them, and which is still mutter. Now, they don't have to send the cavalry. They don't have to, we don't have to send 5 members with medics and this and that. We send 1 member just to make sure.
Right. Okay, so now we're at suffix sakana. We got a call. The dispatcher feels that this is something which seems like it's suffix sakana. We dispatch 1 member there. What happens next?
So that member, generally we're going to dispatch 2 members if we think it's anything potentially somewhat serious. We'll always send 2 members. But let's say, so the 2 members get there. And let's talk about a case where you have a serious fracture. Now here's where it gets really, really tricky. So the members look at it, they see the mechanism of injury. Child was trying to, was playing on a trampoline. They did that flip, did a great job, just the ending. Got that ankle. They see the ankle is swollen. It's definitely potentially some sort of fracture. Definitely not life-threatening.
So at this point, the member now gets to the house on the call. Now, what do? Do they turn off their car? Do they close the door? Do they take their bag out of the car? What's the procedure on that?
It's great they pointed that out because that's something we was just learning with one of the groups of the new Hatzolah members. So think about that. Now, do we shut the engine? So Reb Shlomo Zalman has a tshuva. That's it's not a deraisa. It's gram kiboy. We gave a whole share on that recently.
But now, are there kids around in the neighborhood? Are you in Toms River or Jackson where they'll be really upset if you left the car on? Are you afraid of it getting stolen? All these factors are factors. Do I leave my trunk open because someone can take my equipment? So in most of these cases, it's depending on the environment you're in. Some members are going to leave it open. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning on a quiet street somewhere, they may leave the door, maybe leave the engine on. Other areas, they may not. And that's a judgment call they have to constantly make. The lights.
So that's amazing. The members need to be on their game here, not just worried about the call, but they have to figure out now, am I closing the door? Am I leaving the car on? Where am I? What kind of area am I in?
Exactly. And it's second nature. They can't stop and think. If they stop to think about it, it's a problem. They're not allowed to stop and think about it. So this has got to be second nature. I mean, this has really got to be like, they just know like clockwork what they do, be aware of their surroundings, and just act on literally instinctively.
So before we go on, you can sponsor a share. So for only $500, you can have the zechus of having so many members learn these inyanim that we're talking about, learn the halachos, and be able to respond to calls better. For just $500, just call the number on the screen right now, and you get auction tickets. It's amazing. That's a real win-win. That's why the auction is called a win-win this year.
Yeah, and you know what? It is a win-win because this is probably, you support Hatzolah, you think about saving lives. You don't think about Torah. And to think that there's literally, this is probably the only share in the world of its kind, almost a decade already.
It's amazing.
Every single Thursday night, and you still have 40, 50 members show up at those weeks. And some of them have been there for years. And the Ritzcha D'Oraisa in Hatzolah, it's incredible to think that it is a win-win.
Yeah, really, really amazing. So now our member is there,
yeah,
assesses that there's a fracture, took care of his car. Now what happens?
So now he has to start figuring out, what do I do with this? If I leave this, maybe just leave it till after Shabbos. Is that an option? What's the likelihood of seeing an orthopedist on Shabbos? Chances are you're going to go to the emergency room. They will tell you, take an X-ray and say, come back Monday to see an orthopedist or go to a private orthopedist. So a lot of Hatzolas will just take the patient to a hospital and just drop them off. Hatzolah is going to try to figure out what's the best case of action. So certainly they're not, if there's any stuff, they take them straight to the hospital. But now let's say we decided that we don't not 100% comfortable. Family wants, we asked the family agrees they should go to the hospital. So now we're going to have to get a guy to take them to the hospital. Do we go chutz l'tchum or not chutz l'tchum? Potential,
right? That's going to be a tough one,
right? And is it sakana saver even? Borderline. Well, so this is where it comes and said, do we hold Tchumen D'Oraisa D'Rabbanan?
So that's going to be complicated. So let's talk about having a goy call. So does Hatzolah have goyim ready to be able to respond on Shabbos?
I think one of the biggest expenses of Hatzolah, actually, not one, I'm sure there's a lot of them, but there's a significant expense. They have a team of 90s, or 900s they call them now. These are non-Jewish members that they will drive the members home. But more than that, there is so much that Lakewood, and it's not Lakewood, and it's the central Jersey Hatzolah. You're talking about in Toms River, Jackson, Howell, all over. In order it is to take patients back and forth to doctors, to hospitals, pharmacies, things which are borderline chayli sheish b'sakana, or certainly not chayli sheish b'sakana. And they have this team of goyim who just work round the clock, and you need a lot, because if you have a typical call, you had 5 cars going there, 6 cars going there. Now you need to bring back all the cars, the ambulance. You want a guy to be able to go also to the long distance transport to drive the ambulance back. It's a team.
That's amazing, and that is a big expense that Hatzolah has to undergo for the purpose of halacha. And it's an amazing thing that we need the community to realize this, and the community wants our Hatzolah to be from the leading Hatzolas and keeping halacha to the utmost. And if our community wants that, our community needs to support that. And now's your chance. You could support this by calling the number right here on the screen and donating to the auction. And it's a win-win, because not just are you helping saving lives, and you're helping us as a community be able to keep the halachas as we want to, but you can win great prizes. The Hatzolah auction is one of the most unique auctions, because you know that if you enter for $180, you're entered for free into every single package.
Really?
That's why we call it a grand win. It's not just a win or a win-win or a win-win-win. It's a grand win, because you're entered to win every package for free.
And that's why my wife's been telling me she asks me for my credit card number.
That's great. So enter now for $180. Enter now for $500 and sponsor a share. help Hatzolah after hearing all the Mesiras Nefesh that our members do for us, what they go through to help us to be ready at a moment's notice. This is our chance to say thank you and to donate now. So now let's go back to Rabbi Ratberg. One more great shaila that you could share with us that our members have to deal with on a whether a regular basis or maybe even not such a regular basis.
So, I mean, this is not such a complicated shaila, but I think it just brings out the point very, very well. So, Hatzolah member comes to home. There's a baby that was in the crib that was choking, then ended up throwing up. So the Hatzolah member turns on the light to see what's going on. Actually sees that Baruch Hashem was fruit punch that the kid must have drank before, and there wasn't blood all over. Like, was very panicked, and everyone's just laughing. Like, okay, full salam, Baruch Hashem. Rather be a full salam than a kid throwing up that much blood. And mother changes the linen, changes the kid. And Hatzolah member is walking out the door, and the mother says, I just want to let you know it's going to be very hard for my baby to sleep with the light on. So Hatzolah still doesn't get it. He says, well, there really are no 90s coming. There's no goyim coming yet. Maybe when the someone comes, she says, no, I'm just wondering, maybe before you guys leave, just so you know, my baby will not be able to fall asleep. And he looks at her and says, are you doing Remizah Yisrael? And right. She says, I'm certainly not allowed to shut the light. And sometimes I think it's a great thing, or Hatzolah members running out of the ambulance and somebody says, don't leave the door open. And he says, okay, shut the door. As he's running into a call, and the guy looks at him like, I can't shut the door. That halacha, that patient versus rescuer, there's no difference. Whatever one could do, the other one could do. I think that sometimes people look at it that he could do it because he's an Hatzolah. Either he could do it and you could do it, or neither could do it. So I think that's another interesting thing that comes up, time and time again.
I remember by the big event when Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson was speaking for the members, he was talking about how sometimes it could look like a member has a certain geschmack in having the radio on during davening and waiting for when the Rav to start to speak, like hoping for the call to come in. But of course, we know that our Hatzolah members are just like us. They're just people who are willing to put in that extra Mesiras Nefesh. And though it looks like it's easy for them, it's not easy to be Mechal Shabbos. I know all of us in the past year have done stuff that might not have been easy at first. For Halacha, not davening with a minyan. Something that's not easy. We never would have thought that we would not daven with. Of course, everyone has that time. You want to get out of it. But having that not davening with a minyan when I want to, because that's what Halacha dictates now. The members are doing this on a regular basis, every Shabbos, doing stuff that are uncomfortable, because that's what Halacha dictates, but they're just like us, and that's why they deserve a tremendous amount of respect and hakar satay from us.
I 100%, and even more, I very, very much despise the sentiment when a lot of people speak for Hatzolah and say, things like, Rabbi Wawa was amazing. That was just he's a personality in and of itself. But people say Hatzolah members, they don't do it just for the lights and for the radio. That gets very old very quickly. Most Hatzolah members, after being on for, a short amount of time, it becomes brutal. It's painful that when that tone goes on, it's like, no, this is again or near me, and they're gonna go, and Central Jersey Hatzolah, the response time is incredible,
amazing,
and it's about lights. I mean, 2:30 in the morning. Nobody notices your lights. Right. Shabbos afternoon, when you're going to drive to a leisure chateau or take some elderly patient in, be out for 3 hours. Who does that? Who enjoys that?
And I get to see this actually from my working with Hatzolah on the marketing end. When they could get publicity for it, it's the hardest time to get members. And those that do it, we appreciate it because we need it for the fundraising. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to raise money for Hatzolah. But that's the hardest time. They're not looking at all for that publicity. But when it comes to a real call, they jump into action and they do it right away.
It's unbelievable. Listen, you do an amazing job marketing them. But I want to tell you something. You don't get that much credit for this marketing team. Because this is a great product. This is truly,
selling a
you don't have to exaggerate
product.
anything.
Yes.
You do a great job, and we appreciate it. But this happens to be
definitely.
It's not. You don't have to stretch anything to sell Hatzolah.
Yes, definitely. So thank you so much, Rabbi Ratberg, again for being on here, and thank you for all that you do for Hatzolah. and the community. And thank you for listening. And remember, if you have not done so now, make sure to donate. Enter the auction right now. The number's right here on the screen, or go to Hatzolah.auction, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25, with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Dida, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the big win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the big win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the win, win-win, and win-win-win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win. Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free. Now that's a grand win. So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600. In a medical emergency, every second counts. And when every second counts, you can count on Hatzolah. With members stationed all around our community, Hatzolah is always nearby, ready to respond. Hatzolah's unique model places highly trained and equipped volunteers all over the area and enables us to respond in record times. Wherever you are, there's a Hatzolah member near you. And as our community grows, our responsibility grows, and so does our commitment. Our 121 volunteer EMTs and paramedics live and work throughout Lakewood, Toms River, Jackson, Howell, and Brick. Our growing fleet of 12 state-of-the-art ambulances are strategically stationed throughout the region to ensure rapid response times anywhere within Hatzolah of Central Jersey's coverage area. Our 4 Medic Advanced Life Support fly cars and 3 Basic Life Support fly cars put critical life-saving resources where they're needed most. Whenever a call is dispatched, nearby members are just seconds away, ready and able to respond. Every neighborhood, every development, and every block is accounted for and covered. Nothing is more important than saving a life, and Hatzolah will do whatever it takes to fulfill this sacred mission. Night, day, rain, snow, hot, cold, no matter what, Hatzolah is here for you.
Welcome back. We got just 1 hour to go, Rabbi Milstein. 1 hour to go, and we really got to get this going.
You know, when chas v'shalom, a medical emergency occurs, we will get the sensation that Chalila, life is slipping away. I'd like to focus people's attentions on the fact that tonight, this
Focus.
auction, this program,
Focus, huh?
Focus, there you
Okay.
go, Focus. A shout out to our sponsors tonight. But I'd like to focus, but seriously, focus people's attention that this night is slipping away. And with it, many lives depend on what we do tonight. Many lives, many future calls of Hatzolah. Many calls, Khalil, it shouldn't be ourselves, but you never know. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't have a family member who has not had to call Hatzolah in the last 3-4 years. Everybody needs somebody, and yet the opportunity for you to sponsor that, for you to create the most tremendous school. They say that there's a school, the different segulas for becoming Talmid Chacham. Someone said learning is also a segula, right?
That's the one I
You
never
see that?
heard of before.
See that? A lot of segulas to save lives. Donating money is a big segula.
That's the
It's the biggest segula. Yeah. It's the biggest segula.
I think it's just a COVID thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, all the good feeling you have over the years of Hatzolah, all the great stories that you've heard, including which we just presented, all of the fantastic things that Hatzolah does is in your hands. So if you haven't yet donated, this is something that you need to do immediately. We all have an obligation. We have Hatzolas Nefashis, Leisav al Dam Reyecha. We can go on and on and on, but it's so obvious I don't need to do that. But what I do need to do is inspire you to act on it. Vayishma Yisrael. What was Yisrael's difference? And what was the difference? Mashmua Shama'u Ba. And he came. I can sit here and I can inspire you and we can talk about it. And we all know I'm not being mechadish anything here tonight. There's nothing new. But what I need to do is somehow get you to feel what we're feeling, to catch fire. Because ultimately, this is in your hands and it does not last. This opportunity, yes, you can donate to Hatzolah the rest of the year. They'll be happy to accept it for you.
Definitely will.
Sure, a big sponsorship, a
life pack.
A life pack, that's what we're looking for. Thank you.
That's right.
Yes, the life pack, an ambulance, certainly an ambulance. You took such a nice ride in the other, remember that video that you made?
A defibrillator.
The defibrillator, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for, right?
Yeah.
All of these things, all year long, we're happy to take it. But tonight is the campaign, and tonight's what they're counting on. Tonight is the predictable funds that are supposed to come in.
You have to have that attainable goal that you need in order to make. We were saying in previous years that not Lakewood is called now the 5 towns.
That's
we have
correct.
5 townships here. There's a 6th one starting up now. We also speak in previous years that what happens for people who have relatives here.
Absolutely.
Grandchildren, children.
Absolutely.
And you're coming to visit.
If
and you need to make sure that they're readily available.
You know what? If you haven't moved yet, and you're moving to Lakewood, are you preparing your house? Are you preparing the furniture? Are you preparing? Well, guess what? You have to prepare your healthcare too. We have to prepare the fact that when we're moving here, and it is now a popular. When we moved to Lakewood, my wife and I joked that in order to meet someone our age, we had to travel, outside of the zip code, right? That's not the case anymore.
Now you have 15 plus communities in Lakewood.
There you are. There you are.
Lakewood.
Right. So Hatzolah, if it was critical before, it's imperative right now. It's imperative.
On that line, when COVID was going on, they said essential stores. Nothing was more essential than Hatzolah. They were open 24/6 and they were going on those calls. Forget about waiting for your Evergreen or Gourmet Glatt or whatever store was to deliver your groceries 5 days later. Hatzolah was there.
Absolutely. And you know what? Having Hatzolah really allows us to have our parents around us. It gives us the comfort,
especially in these COVID times.
Especially COVID times, but of course all the time, because elderly people, are wont to have different medical needs than the younger people are, and having Hatzolah here can keep sometimes these people out of institutions. It could, instead of no child likes to institutionalize his parent. No. Having a strong Hatzolah is a bulwark against having to institutionalize parents. So on every single level, but the time is slipping away, and you have to help us right now. If you want Hatzolah to be there for you in the future, Halavai, we shouldn't need them, but if we want Hatzolah to be there, we have to make sure they're there. We have to make the ishtadlus, and that is being done by calling the magical phone number 732-363-5600. You can text, you can go on Hatzolah.auction. There are many ways to do it. We've made it easy for you, but the hardest part is acting. Is Vayishmi Mashmo Shamo Bo. You heard us. You're listening to us. You're inspired. You got to strike while the iron's hot. You got to do it right away.
You definitely have to do that. Milson, why don't you tell us about the Focus Electronic Prize this segment?
I thought you would never ask.
We were talking about that earlier.
I thought you'd never ask. So for this segment, we're continuing this fantastic camera that we have. It's the Sony Alpha A6000. 24.3 megapixels. It's a mirrorless SLR. I know what those things are. I remember them as a kid. I was playing around with those cameras when I was a kid. With a 16-50 millimeter OSS lens, and it's actually a $648 value. And when we say $648 value, It's probably worth much more than that.
Probably, not even the retail
That's
price.
why it's called value. That's called really value, right? It's an excellent camera. The camera aficionados who are working here tonight are all salivating at this camera. They're talking about this is a camera that they would love to have, but not for you. It's for our listeners. It's for our participants. It's for our donors.
All you have to do is give $100 towards the campaign. Use the code Focus Win-Win. That's
Focus
it.
Win-Win. Focus Win-Win.
I think I would like to win one of the ultimate win-win specials. That's the truth.
Well, I think
for
it's a great thing to do.
$250, you get 2 tickets in each category. For $360, 5 in each category. $500 is 10 tickets in each category. That's a lot.
You know what? We had a president not that long ago that said that we will become tired of winning. Remember he said that?
I do. I wouldn't call him my president, but I remember that.
Well, I said we had a president, right? You know what? Win-win.
There you go.
Tonight, you'll never get tired of winning.
No, you definitely won't.
And even if you called before and you're re-inspired, then go back to the phone. Give us a little more. It's obvious that we can use it more just about than anybody else because lives are on the line.
That is right. Our next segment, we'll have Uri Davidi coming back with another amazing song. And after that, we will go back to our doctors panel. COVID, 1 year later. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Yeah! Everybody, wherever you are, let's go. Clap along. I want to see you guys clapping. Sing it. Let's go!
כל יום מתפללים, מבקשים מן השמיים שאני אבוא. רק צריך להאמין ולפתוח העיניים, כי אני כבר פה. עוד מצווה אחת קטנה, תפילה עם לב פתוח, ויבוא הקץ. זה לקח אלפי שנה, הנה זה כבר בטוח, תנו להיכנס, ולא לא לא יהיו יותר דמעות, רק תראו ניסים ונפלאות.
Everybody, let's go, let's go.
כי אני בא, עברתי כל הדרך, אני בא, אני עומד בדלת, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי? כי אני בא, הגאולה הגיעה, הנה זה בא, זה מלך המשיח, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי?
Let me hear you guys. Everybody sing it. Let's go.
נשיר בלב אחד ונביט השמיימה, השמחה גדולה. לובשים בגדי שבת ועולים ירושלימה, זמן הגאולה. מי יוצא לרחובות? למה ישנים עדיין? כבר חיכיתם די. יש בשורות טובות, ישועות כהרף עין, עם ישראל חי. ולא לא לא יהיו יותר דמעות, רק תראו ניסים ונפלאות.
1, 2, 3, let's go.
כי אני בא, עברתי כל הדרך, אני בא, אני עומד בדלת, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי? כי אני בא, הגאולה הגיעה, הנה זה בא, זה מלך המשיח, ואני שואל, האם אתם היום מוכנים לקבל אותי?
Sing it, let's go, I want to hear you.
אני עייף ויגע, הגלות ארוכה מאוד. כן, גם אנחנו עייפים, מחכים לך מאוד מאוד.
Everybody dance, let's go. Come on, guys. You gotta win, win, win. It's a win-win. Come on, I want want to see you dancing wherever you are. Just get up. Don't be embarrassed. Stand up and start dancing.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this wonderful auction program. We're joined for this segment by three outstanding Balei Chesed. And I describe them as Balei Chesed first and physician second, because in the medical field, their devotion and their dedication to their patients far surpasses whatever expectations one may have based on their medical knowledge. So thank you, Dr. Daniel Roth, who is the Associate Professor of Ophthalmology at Rutgers Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, the author of Halachas of Refuah on Shabbos, and Chaver of the Beis Havad. Thank you, Rabbi Dr. Roth, for being with us. We have Dr. Chuna Chaim Leibowitz. Now, I know it's really Lebowitz, but I don't want to get yelled at by anyone, so it's going to be Dr. Leibowitz
You got it.
tonight. And Dr. Leibowitz is a member of the Medical Board of Hatzolah, the Chief Medical Officer at LTAC, and a member, did I pronounce that right?
You're doing great.
I'm doing good. And a member of the Medical Board of Chaim Aruchim. Thank you, Dr. Lebowitz. And we have via teleconference Dr. Shimshi Zimmerman, Medical Director of Hatzolah of Central Jersey and Borough Park Center in Borough Park. And Dr. Zimmerman, we're only allowing you on this program this time via teleconference. Next time we want you here in person, Be'ezus Hashem. But thank you.
Yirtzeh Hashem, we should be able to.
And Yirtzeh Hashem, thank you to you three. I do want to posit, just throw another thing out there, that some of the doubt came, and this is going back many months, when the pandemic was spreading here in Lakewood, and people were told that they can't have minyanim on porches. And really at that time it was legally okay to have minyanim on porches. And that left a very bad taste in people's mouths. They were told to daven in their houses, and later they've realized that, wait, we really could have davened on our porches and we were told not to?
Wait, so
that sowed a sense of mistrust. And I think Dr.
Lebowitz, maybe we can get brass over here and just, I apologize for trying to save lives. I apologize, I tried to save lives.
Just out of fairness, I was involved in a lot of those discussions. And I think, I think there is a core issue that we need to address, and that is theoretically we realize, as a physician in town who's, I've been swimming in COVID now for a year, but we have a complicated town, and the town is run by the poskim, the Rabbanan, and the Rosh Yeshiva. And theoretically, we don't, and I kept saying, we don't prescribe action. I'll inform and you decide. The porch minion thing was not a doctor thing. That was doctors don't come up with low plugs. The Rabbanim came in, and the Rabbanim decided that if we no doctor said you couldn't have a porch minion. The Rabbanim, who heard the risk, said, we're worried that if you allow this, things are going to get out of control.
And we saw it.
Yeah,
we saw that when you had a porch meeting, people migrated towards each other. And it was a concern about what would happen.
Yeah, but whether it was right or wrong, porch minyanim are safe. You're sitting on your porch, it's fine. That's a rabbinical call. A lot of these things were rabbinical calls. The problem was that there's somehow, and I think, frankly, and my feeling is, by and large, most of the Rabbanim and most of the Rosh Yeshiva and the doctors who were that they were turning to for Metzias were getting along pretty well, and that system was working pretty well. However, there was what I call the Lakewood street. There were the guys and I don't think it wasn't a Rav problem. It wasn't a Rosh Yeshiva problem by and large. It was this Hamon Am that was basically saying, this is coming from the doctors. We're against it. Let's anusa avodah zara. We're not this. We're not goris it. And what we did not have is this is all the Rabbanim, all the Rosh Yeshivas, all this, ki ish echad, belev echad, are saying to do this. So once it was not, a unified front from the rabbinical Rosh Yeshiva Mechanchim thing, there was a lot of opportunity for people to say, Mehech Yetesi, why are we listening to you? Who's that going on? But I think a lot that is the Lakewood Street. My sense is, and again, in a Torah town, we give information when asked, and I am more than happy to let the Rosh Yeshiva and the Rabbanim prescribe what the town is going to do. Definitely the Hamonam felt, do you realize what it is to close a minyan? Yes, I think I do. I daven in a minyan, but that's not my call. Let the Rabban and the Rosh Yeshiva decide. I never got up and said close minyanim. I never got up and said close anything. And I
did.
I know Shimshi, but you
So, Dr. Zimmerman, I know you wanted to chime in on this specific thing.
Yeah. I still don't know why we have to harbor on things from 6 to 9 months ago that I still don't feel are wrong. We were saving lives. We 100% saved lives. If that was the recommendations that we were getting on how to limit spread and everything else,
and if you look,
that was it.
Truth be told,
so be it.
You look back, and there were months of absence of COVID in Lakewood because of it.
Yeah,
nothing.
So for that, you're welcome.
Exactly. And then
when it started to come up in Florida and people and in other parts of the country, we were sitting with a very happy almost zero case week after week, May, June, July,
point out
August.
something, and tell me if I'm wrong. I think that this conversation is an aberration. It's an anomaly. In our community, probably more than any other, there's a tremendous amount of tangible respect for physicians in general. I'm asking you, tell me if I'm wrong.
I get great shalach manas.
I think
Dr. Zimmerman, what do you feel? I
think that's true. However, in this pandemic, somehow there's been a mistrust, and I don't understand
That's why I'm saying it's an aberration.
Yeah.
And you're always going to have different opinions and different people in the community who feel that we're being pushed by the Rabbanim, or we're pushing the Rabbanim, or that this medical science is false. And listen, I try not to let it bother me or deal with the one-on-ones. We're here for the kalal. We're here for the kehillas. We're all here to try to maximize the safety of having minyanim and shuls and yom tovim in our schools and our moistus. I think every single one of us who's a frum physician, whether in the community or not in the community, and you're sitting here on the panel with Dr. Roth and Dr. Lebowitz, who are so well ingrained and entwined and understand what the Lakewood community needs. If anyone has a question of why we did something, okay, sorry, we saved lives. And I think now it's time to move on.
So, Dr. Zimmerman, on a somewhat less contentious detail, in the first wave of COVID, it seemed that the men were contracting the virus much more. I know Dr. Lebowitz just insinuated before that now there are women who are getting it. Are you finding, Dr. Zimmerman, that there is a greater number of cases among women now? And is there any specific reason for that?
So now let me admit, the one thing we know about COVID is that we still don't know enough about COVID, right? We're definitely far and away advanced of what we were 9-10 months ago, especially with some of the early managements. Yes, we were seeing a much stronger percentage of men coming down with COVID, and the percentage of critically ill were definitely more male. I would say that men now are still getting it more than women. However, we're seeing a tremendous jump in the amount of women, especially younger women and pregnant or childbearing age women, who are coming down with COVID, and more than just mild illness, moderate to severe illness, death, like we've just unfortunately encountered. And that's something interesting and surprising. We were not worried so much about a younger female 7, 8, 9 months ago, or a pregnant female. And these days, that does scare me. We're seeing, potentially very serious hypoxia, low oxygen levels. And we don't know what level of, effect it's having on the fetus or the baby, and some of the other side effects that, are probably they're going to come along with the COVID.
Do you have any theory? Do you have any theory as to what the greater prevalence now among the female population?
It might have to do something with the strains. there's a lot of different things that we don't know about COVID yet that will come around in coming years about gene mutations being responsible for people getting, more moderate level illness, whether pregnancy can induce a viral suppression or immunosuppression status for them. Overall, though, we just have to continue being careful, and those are now a patient group that definitely has to be more cautious.
Rabbi Dr. Roth, on a more basic level, people who have had the virus believe that they have immunity. Do they have immunity? How long does that immunity typically last? What have you found?
So the studies suggest that someone who's had COVID, especially if they have the presence of antibodies, but probably even without identifiable antibodies, they have immunity for probably at least 3 months, more likely 6, and some studies show even 8 months. There is the possibility of getting reinfected, but it's not so common, at least in that 6 to 8 month period. But we definitely know some cases that seem to have gotten a second, not just testing positive, but having some infection, usually a milder case, within 8 months or so. But typically the thinking is that for a good 6 months, a person's immune. Immunity means you're not going to get sick. And vaccination also means you're not going to get sick. But the point is that we still don't know whether a person who is immune can transmit. But going back to your question, if a person is immune, even if he has antibodies, it's a sign that the immune system is mounted an antibody response, which means there's circulating antibodies in the blood ready to fight off infection, to identify the virus if it enters the body, to wrap around it, identify it to the immune system, and knock it out.
So does the antibody count matter as in regards to their immunity?
It does, because the higher the titers, the more likely there is immunity. And if there are certain levels, each lab having its different measures, that if the titers are so low, then that's not really a significant amount of antibody response, that it may not be full immunity. However, in general, we're learning that many people, even if their antibodies are low or non-detectable, they probably have some level of immunity through T cells and memory B cells that can then mount a novel immune response with new antibodies when exposed to the virus once again, which means that they won't necessarily get sick if they mount it properly and efficiently. But all that being said, and I think that there are two factors that often get confused through this whole pandemic. There's a factor, how much at risk am I? How much do I have to worry about getting sick? I had COVID. I probably have immunity for 6 months for sure. I'm not going to get sick, so I don't have to worry. And there's a lot of controversy about this recommendation that many shuls and other places have taken on, and I'm not saying for or against, where, well, if you have antibodies or if you had COVID recently, then you're free and clear. And you can come to shul and you don't have to wear a mask and you can do this and that. But if you don't, then you do. And there was that kind of in-between recommendation for a while. And the problem with that is because there are two issues. One is about getting sick, but we're Klal Yisrael. Where our Ravim Zel is at. There's a sense of achrayas. I mean, we are here to be bali achrayas. It's not just about me getting sick. I'm wearing a mask now when I go places because I'm not worried about myself, but because the data suggests that even though transmission is probably reduced by vaccination, the AstraZeneca trial showed that it may be reduced by 67% or something like that. Probably with Moderna and Pfizer vaccines also greatly reduced. We don't know how much, and probably not completely. And I don't want to be responsible for taking it from someone and passing it on to someone else. People say, come on, if you have antibodies, if you have immune response, how can you pass it on? That just shows a misunderstanding of science. It can enter the nasal passageways, it can virally replicate, it can transmit, it won't make you sick, it won't enter your lungs, it won't do damage to your organs, but it doesn't mean it can't get in there and populate. Just like, some enemies can infiltrate when attacking, they may get killed, but they may still escape while being attacked and get on to the next battlefront.
Now, Dr. Lebowitz, if someone had the virus, how often should they be testing to make sure that they still have antibodies?
Not often. I don't think they should be tested necessarily at all, frankly. The CDC doesn't recognize antibody titer as kind of being predictive of anything. The CDC talks about, having had COVID within the previous 3 months. I don't think, you have to whenever you do a test like an antibody test, you have to realize what question you're asking and how well you're going to ask it. I agree with Dr. Roth. Even, someone who has COVID has some level of immunity, even regardless of what the antibody titer is. The immune system is a complicated, beautiful, wonderful system that is often going to be protective. We've seen reinfections, but those reinfections so far have been mild. We do not know, as we start seeing new strains and everything of people coming, what's that going to mean. I'm telling people, very practical question is someone who's exposed to had COVID, let's say in March, and now 9 months later they were exposed, do they have to quarantine? The CDC would say that they do because they hadn't had COVID within the previous 3 months. I guess if they had very high levels of antibody or if they had some antibody titer, you'd feel more comfortable telling them that they wouldn't necessarily have to. A lot of us aren't comfortable kind of being more lenient, much more lenient than the CDC. I do think that, the order of the day right now is to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can, and to identify high-risk groups who are sick and to get them treated with relatively good treatments. I mean, when you talk about flattening the curve, the one thing that we did was it's better to get COVID now than to get COVID 10 months ago.
And that's because the strain is different?
No,
or?
the
Much better
treatments are
treatments.
better. We understand it better.
Much better.
Monoclonal antibodies. We understand how to take care of hospitalized patients. It's not perfect, but it's much, much better.
If we had treatments that can eliminate serious disease and death, then this would be a totally different discussion.
Right, which I want to get into the treatments in a moment.
Can I just comment for
Yeah,
one
sure.
thing? So I agree with everybody. Again, with the retesting of antibodies, there's some data and knowledge of the immune system that even if you lose what we call your IgG antibodies, your body produces these sort of secret immunities, these humoral or these T-cell immunities that might yield longer lasting protection. Only time will tell us. We only have this virus for 10 months. Only time and research will tell us how long the immunity is. And until I see the general worldwide rate of reinfection going up for people who were previously infected or antibody positive, then I'll have to change my mind. But right now, I believe that someone who had COVID is the immunity for at least 6 to 8 months, as we saw, even if you possibly lose your IgG antibodies.
So you
But
think
again,
there's no reason for someone who had the virus to be clear? If they had the virus, they were tested, there's no reason for them to get vaccinated. Is that right?
I disagree. I don't think that.
Well,
I don't think
that's a different
what
question.
I don't think what Dr. Zimmerman-
And another-
that's not what Dr.
And
Zimmerman
so
is saying.
let me lead
clarify
into
this.
this.
Okay.
No, and that's not vaccination. That's just talking about retesting of your antibodies.
No,
now,
I'm
regards
talking
to
about vaccination.
vaccination,
Is the reason?
now,
okay.
yes, there is 100% because the actual what we do know limited that there are certain strains now that might be evading your prior COVID antibodies, but that does seem that the vaccines yield a better level of protection. Again, we only have this for a few weeks.
And Dr. Roth, you
I
agree
tell
with
anybody
that?
who's anybody who's eligible for the vaccine probably should get it unless they have a reason not to, even if they've had COVID before. Forget about even the political reasons that you might need a COVID vaccine passport soon or anything else like that. But it's going to extend the immunity that we know that is the benefit from the vaccine itself.
So I want to agree with what Dr. Zimmerman is saying and add that if you had COVID and you may be immune, number one, like you said, there could be other strains that can reaffect. And also, March is way more than 6 to 8 months ago. And even if you had recent COVID, if you get vaccinated, that is expected and projected to confer at least a much longer immunity of at least a year. And seems to be protective against the British strain, not so clear, maybe a little less effective against the South African strain. But it definitely is expected to reduce people's infection transmission. And really, even if you had it 3 months ago, so 3 months later is just 3 months later. And if you get vaccinated, then you're protecting yourself, you're protecting people you come in contact with. And it's important that everybody who's eligible, like he said, to be vaccinated. People are all worried about the novel vaccine and it's been so rapid and at warp speed. And there's so many myths about the vaccine. So let me just take a moment to explain that the mRNA vaccine, which is introduced into cells, it never goes into the nucleus where the DNA of the body is, of the cell is. It doesn't incorporate itself into the DNA of the cell. It goes into the cytoplasm, uses the machinery of the cell to then make the protein that it encodes for, that stimulates the immune response to then make antibodies and other forms of immunity to ward off disease if it ever happens. So there's no change in your DNA. There's also, it doesn't have any impact on the reproductive system. It doesn't have any impact on infertility. It's not a several months of technology. It's years of technology that's been developed, that's been then being applied. Just like anything, medicine is always building on research that preceded it. So it's not that it was just something brand new that we just cooked together. It's based on a lot of research and knowledge of development of other things and studies of how to develop a vaccine that pre-existed, with some modifications that allowed it to be effective and to be highly effective for a vaccine. It happens to be an outstandingly effective vaccine. And other people say, well, we'll only know a few years from now. With any drug, you don't take an antibiotic and find 3 years later that you had a bad reaction to that antibiotic. There are possibilities of late complications or side effects that you hear about from drugs that are approved. Usually it's only because it was rare. It wasn't seen in initial studies. In post-marketing studies, sometimes it shows up, but it's only when it starts being, instead of a phase 3 trial on a drug with a few thousand people, once it's treated in thousands or millions of people, you find some rare things and that may be serious enough either to pull the drug or to be worried about it. Here with the vaccine, we've already treated millions of people. The studies themselves, the worst speed component was avoiding bureaucracy, testing it on thousands of people, not just thousands, hundreds, like 120,000 people between the two trials in order to get data more quickly.
If I could just have my my tagline with kind of the take home that I think of this session should be. Number one is, obviously, if you think you may have COVID, stay home. If you have any question whether you have COVID, stay home. That if you've been exposed to someone who has COVID, test and stay home. So we need to be at least minimally responsible. And I think we would all agree on that. The second thing is that if someone tests positive for COVID and they have risk factors, and especially now we're seeing if you're a young woman or pregnant, we're seeing right now, I'm literally came from a woman who is not doing well, 7-month pregnant, in the hospital, worsening oxygen status, came from that phone call to this meeting. If you have COVID and you're or you think you may have COVID, or you're exposed, you're not feeling well, get tested and get treated, be in touch and take monoclonal antibodies. We're finding monoclonal antibodies anecdotally seems to be a game changer. That really, I think, is my big plugs. Everyone else plugged mask and social distancing. You know, there's only so much of a hypocrite I want to be on the Hatzolah-thon, but I agree. Let's be responsible. Let's realize we all faced a pandemic together. We're all trying our best. We ask for the Kehillah to be a little bit more kind of understanding of the nuance and uncertainty involved in treating a new disease. And hopefully we can continue to kind of move forward together and prevent any more deaths, any more morbidity, any more sickness, any more suffering from COVID-19.
Dr. Zimmerman, any closing thoughts from you?
No, just, again, thank you to everybody who participated. And as everybody else said, if you have any questions at all, please reach out to your medical provider. And if you think it's an emergency, please do not hesitate at all to call Hatzolah.
Kudos to our Hatzolah volunteers. Again, we encourage everyone, Hatzolah.auction. Thank you, Dr. Roth, Dr. Lebowitz, Dr. Zimmerman. Thank you to you three for joining us on this panel, for your continuous service to the community. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu bench all you three with the strength, the wherewithal, the koyach to continue your holy work for many more years amidst good health.
Amen.
Thank you.
Welcome back. That's all of Central Jersey's live event entitled Win Win. Me and Rabbi Milstein have been here for the last few hours, and time is running out. You have barely a half hour left, and we have almost reached our goal, but we're not quite there. But I told Rabbi Milstein, I think that this year we can go way, way beyond our goal. What do you think, Rabbi Milstein?
I think we have to go way beyond our goal because let's understand what the demands were on that Hatzolah members in the last year. It's something which is unimaginable. It was unimaginable. We never thought we'd be in this situation.
Still is unimaginable.
It still is unimaginable. We're still going through a whole lot. And you know, there are defibrillators to bring people back to life. You know, this is something we need to have. I don't want to say that, you know, they're on life support at Hatzolah, but the truth is their lives are supported by what it is that the listeners, the participants, and the donors are going to do right now. So we do have to get you to, I want to convey to you, if I can, the level of, yes, I'll say a desperation that we have right now, because the truth is, if we don't come up with the funds that we need for the coming year, the repercussions are unimaginable. I wouldn't even want to talk about it. You know, they give of themselves. They don't charge a penny for what they do. They're losing, as we heard in the segment now, on how they manage their businesses.
Yeah,
right?
I can imagine that.
I mean, it's incredible. They are every single day willingly giving up income opportunities in order to volunteer and save lives and save your lives, my life, our life. It's incredible what they're doing. But
very selfless acts.
Yeah, very selfless. But for all their wonderful altruistic motives and whatever they want to do, it's great. But without the money to buy the supplies,
let's be honest. Money makes the world go round.
It does. It does.
People can't,
and the wheels go round on the ambulances as well.
People can't donate equipment that Hatzolah has to buy. You know, certain equipment they need. It's not like you can. You know, you have a shoe drive or a suit drive or a clothing drive. Right. You can't just give that. You have to give them the money because they know the equipment they have to get.
Right. So if you have an ambulance, if you have an old ambulance lying around in your house,
we'll take it gladly.
Well, we'll probably sell it because it's probably not up to snuff anymore, right? But ultimately, this is what they need to do what they do. There are people out there who are absolutely magical in the things that they do. And Hatzolah ranks right at the top of the magicians of our day, right? What they do is just incredible on a regular basis, but even they cannot do it without this wherewithal. And this is the money that they bank on every year. The auction money is what they bank on to make sure that it happens. Because without having the money in your budget, sometimes you can get a windfall later on in the year, but it might not even be able to be applied to what you need at the moment that you need it. So this is what they're expecting of us. Hatzolah does not expect a lot from us. They expect when you make the call to stand outside and guide the ambulance to the right place.
Make sure your address is properly lit.
Make sure your address is lit. I think now that the new codes here in New Jersey, the new housing code, you actually must have a lit number. Yes, you must have a lit sign, and it's incredibly important to have that. Listen, they want us to be in the best shape that we can be, so that if something chas v'shalom does happen, they have the best,
quick as possible.
As quick as possible, right? They want you keep your driveways clean in case of a storm. We have to do all these things, but if it's without the money, they're simply not there. They're not able to be there. So we need you to do this, and you're investing in yourself. As we started out tonight, we said this is a win-win. Who's the biggest winner? The biggest winners at that Hatzolah auction are
those
the
that
people
are
who
giving.
give. That's right. That's right. That's right. Winning is all about giving tonight. That's what it's about. And therefore, we must ask you, we must plead with you, we must implore you to please do what you can do so that we can help you, so that Hatzolah can help the community. I had, in the last year, once or twice, I had Hatzolah visits in my house. I had Hatzolah in my house. And I remember saying, you know what, I'm going to somehow take the feeling that I have with Hatzolah being here right now and make it permanent, so that when I'm on air next time, when I'm out there speaking to the people, I'm not only speaking as someone who is asked to come in and talk about Hatzolah, which I'd be glad to do day and night, it's not a problem, but you have that feeling, and when you have that feeling and you know that you really need their services, then it's a whole different ballgame.
It definitely is.
Yeah, so we have to...
I've only in Lakewood 6 years, I probably called them at least once or twice, easily.
There you go, there you go. So these are things, this is a time right now that's mesugal for you to create a Hatzolah moment for other people. This is the time that you can create life-saving miracles for other people. This is the time that you can do it, and this is what Hatzolah needs of us. They rarely, if ever, ask any favor. They just come, and they're terrific when they come to your house. But ultimately, this tonight is the one time that they do ask you to do something. They ask you to lift your hand to save lives just like they save lives. And when doing so, you become their partner, become a partner with Kivayachal in the life-saving mission of Hatzolah. And again, without you, all this magic doesn't happen. Everything you saw tonight, it simply cannot happen. So get on the phone,
732-363-5600.
And for $100, you can still get that fantastic camera that everybody's dying for here.
Everyone's dying for it.
Right?
No, actually, I think we're doing the drone now. The camera's done.
The camera's done.
Camera's done.
Oh, the camera's done.
They say you snooze, you lose. That's it.
You snooze, you lose.
But
Camera's
if you are davening an outside minyan and you want to know what's going on in the minyan next door, did they finish already? Are they by laning? Did they say Tachlin or not? You got to enter if you want to get the
It's called
DJI
the DJI
Mavic
There you go.
Mini 2 drone. Not only that, with video camera, okay? You can video the neighbors next door and say, I saw you miss something in davening. I saw you didn't say Tachlin, but there was no yard set today. What are you talking about?
Well, if you do win, please mind your own business.
Yeah, definitely.
But focus on this.
That's right.
Focus. There
camera.
we go. Focus.
The coupon code is Focus Win Win. It has over 30 minutes flight time, which if you ever use the drone,
that's pretty significant.
That's a lot of time.
If you lose a little weight, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking in general. People lose a little weight. You might be able to hit yourself up, and 30 minutes will take you far.
That's definitely true.
30 minutes will take you far to drone, right? So that's out there, and that is courtesy of Focus Electronics. They just opened up their store in Lakewood, New Jersey, with a grand opening, and we have tremendous hakar satayv to them. But that can be yours by $100, and the code is?
Code is Focus Win Win.
Focus Win Win. That's terrific. That's terrific.
So we'll be back. We have an amazing interview coming up.
We have an amazing interview coming up with
a survivor.
A survivor. So those stories are always very, very exciting. Those stories, I think, bring us back to a place, and because we can be a little jovial here.
I heard you know the survivor. You're familiar with him.
Well, actually, he was the survivor's father.
Survivor's father.
Survivor's father. Yes, he happens to be a legend in Hatzolah, and his name is Rabbi Mati Zayins. Rabbi Mati Zayins is someone who literally has given over many years of his life to Hatzolah service. And when an Hatzolah member talks to you about an Hatzolah moment when someone's life was saved, you better pay careful attention, because he's going to give us all the details that is usually not available to us lay people.
That sounds really interesting. So head over to Hatzolah.auction, donate today, call 732-363-5600.
We're down to the wire.
Text 732-978-9790, and we'll be right back.
Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25, with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Dida, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the Big Win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the Big Win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the Win, Win-Win, and Win-Win-Win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win. Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free. Now that's a grand win. So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
Most people are scheduled people, and they get up in the morning, they You know, they have a time to go learn, they go daven, and go to work.
Hatzolah members are no different. So you go to your minyan that you typically go to, you take on, you put on your talis and tefillin, you daven, you may even get most of the davening done, and all of a sudden you have to go out on a call, take off your talis and tefillin, you leave it on the table. If you're lucky when you come back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, somebody was nice enough to roll it up for you. If not, you have to go into this mendish and roll up your talis and tefillin at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
When the day is done at work, you're on the way home, you have a simcha, you have something, and all of a sudden you're driving down Route 9, Central Avenue, and a call can come out, and what happens? You take it.
I'm sure the children respect and understand the fact that we get disrupted and things that they wanted to do don't get done when they wanted to get done. But yeah, it's definitely taxing on them when it happens time and time again.
Your whole entire night's delayed. Your supper with your kids, putting your kids to sleep, or even learning Night Seder or Ma'ariv, or everything like that could get pushed back by an hour to 2 hours.
Every night is really night shift. Like I said, you're always being woken up, regardless of who's out there and if you happen to be on the call. Every night is a night shift. But in order to make sure that every single call gets covered in a timely fashion, we have the members out there, we have the members up and ready, dressed, making sure that the resources and the manpower are there immediately. Even if the second and third one will take a few minutes to get there, the first guy is always there immediately. The first guys and the ambulance is always there immediately.
It's literally a 24/7 job. It's very difficult for me to step out of town, and I don't go away for Shabbosim. I don't go away for, once a year when I try to go away for a couple of days. I take 2 cell phones with me, and Baruch Hashem, my wife understands this is what I signed up for, and I'm busy with it literally the entire day. So yeah, we go out of town once a year, but I'm busy with Hatzolah the entire day.
Family support really is the way that you get by all the hard times. Yom Tif, it's hard when you're sitting with your family and you think about the other families that were torn apart and broken apart and left with disheveled, left with the pieces to pick up. It makes you appreciate what you do have, even though you lose some of that time, but you appreciate when you get back home and then there's a home to go to and a family that's behind you and a family that's there to support you. It makes a huge difference.
Night watch is an unbelievable thing. When everyone's sleeping in Lakewood, everyone can rest assured there's always a guy in Hatzolah that's dressed and up, sitting in the Hatzolah garage, in their car, and they're ready to go on a call. And the coverage time on that is as fast as it is during the day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's the same exact time. Because the guy's up, he's in a centrally located area, and at that time of the night, there's no one on the road, and he can get across town very easily. Being a member on Central Jersey Hatzolah is a commitment. It's a commitment that we all take, that we enjoy doing, and we appreciate life. You go on a call, sometimes it could take 5 minutes, and sometimes it could take 2 hours, or sometimes it could even take 5 hours. We go to New York, we do out-of-town transports all the time. It's something that you have to be committed to, and that you care for, and that you want to do it.
Unlike other agencies, Hatzolah members are really trained.
It's an evolving field of medicine that's constantly changing, constantly needs to be updated. Paramedics in particular have a certain amount of classes they must take, a certain amount of shifts they have to do just to keep up their credentials. It's time consuming. It's very time consuming.
I'm sitting here and I know that members are saving lives, and we'll do anything for members. I mean, I will do anything for a member. I believe that they are the pillars of this organization.
Baruch Hashem, we can't stop. So we keep it up and we push and push and push. And the people that are behind us, pushing us, they're the ones that really keep us going. The ones that keep on making us out there, making sure we're out there, making sure we don't give up, making sure we don't stop even for a moment. And that's just the only way we can continue. If we wouldn't have that support, there's no way we can continue.
The main thing is we're all in this together, and we're doing this L'Shem Shemayim, and that's the pillar of this organization.
Okay, and we are back at the Hatzolah auction now with Rabbi Mati Zayans, the Menal, right, at
Tashbar.
Right, the Menal at Tashbar, and also one of the earliest members of Hatzolah. Then it was Hatzolah of Lakewood. Of course, now it's Hatzolah of Central Jersey, with an amazing story. And before we start, I just want to remind everyone, the number right here on the screen, right now, call and donate. Make sure before it's too late to enter into this year's auction, or go to Hatzolah.auction. You don't want to miss the amazing prizes. It's a real win-win. You know why it's a win-win?
Go for it.
Because you're not just able to win great prizes, but you also win the amazing zechus of helping Hatzolah. So you're an automatic winner.
Yes, 100% for that. That I can attest to.
Okay, so Rabbi Zions, if you could maybe share with us a little bit what it was like when you first joined Hatzolah, what got you into it, how it was, what was Hatzolah like back then?
Okay, it might sound a little prehistoric, but it was basically a bunch of younger light. There was a need because the other first aid that was in town responded. It was probably between 20 and 30 minutes for major emergencies.
Wow.
So there were a few individuals that felt that something has to be done. I wasn't of those individuals, but I joined after those individuals got us together, and we started with our cars, with a cherry on top, with a radio that weighed that much, that the side of the pants that it was on, the bottom of the pants would usually rub out. And calls were not that frequent, but when it did happen, we jumped on it. And Baruch Hashem, to see from then to today the massive growth and the massive need, it's really unbelievable. Really unbelievable.
Amazing. So, being on Hatzolah for that long and being a part of Hatzolah, I understand that recently it sort of hit home and that you had an incident with your family where your daughter was the recipient of Hatzolah services.
That's correct. Before I even get to that, during the beginning of COVID, I did not go out to any calls during COVID, and I haven't been that active over the last while for quite some time. But just listening to the radio and how often the calls went out and how massive the response time, how quick some of the responders were on. I don't know if they slept or they ate or they davened or they did anything other than respond. It was really so special.
That's amazing. And we're having tonight some of the members who came on the different segments were sharing with us how they put aside everything, they'll drop everything at a moment's notice just to be able to respond to a call. And it's amazing. And I think that our viewers are showing their appreciation and their karsatay for that in their donations, which the phones have been ringing amazing, and we hope that they continue.
Okay, speaking about Hakaras HaTova, so here's my cue. Okay, this a number of months ago, I got a call during a staff meeting that I better get over to the hospital because my daughter was involved in a call. Now, this is something that, in retrospect, was really unbelievable and special. Unbelievable in the sense that the response time was quick, the assessment was very thorough and very exacting, and when you come to someone who is as young as my daughter is, and have to come to the type of assessment that they came to, it only comes from expertise, from true expertise, from true care and involvement. And the Baruch Hashem, she was rushed to the hospital. Lamaisa, it was really some story, but the short end of the story was at the end of the day she had to get a heart transplant.
Wow.
And the amount of effort and work and care, and the members were calling to see how she's doing, and so on and so forth, was exceptional. But
so if you could just maybe break that down a little bit so the audience understands better. A member comes on scene, they don't know much about the person's medical history, they don't know what's going on, and they have to make these split-second decisions.
That's correct. Now, not only that, when you come into such a call, you see someone this young, presenting herself with such, shall I say, with the type of symptoms you see in an older person, and yet coming to the understanding quickly that this is unique. It's unique, and it's something that has to be, like you said, a quick decision. That's exactly what happened. They rushed immediately to Jersey Shore, and whatever was done on whatever they did was done correctly, quickly, professional, with care, and I don't have enough adjectives, but it was really something exceptional. And our Hakaras HaTova is endless, is really endless. And throughout all the years that I was more involved in Hatzolah, what Hatzolah has been doing for so many individuals in such an indiscreet way, and trying to be very careful when it comes to very sensitive situations, is something that you only find in the type of organization that Hatzolah became. Oh. The care, the ehrlichkeit, the frumkeit involved in the tznius. There are many areas, and over the years there are many possibilities how it should be done, how the tznius should be done. At one point there was talk about getting ladies on. Whatever it is, there was a lot of things that evolved over the years, exactly what should be done and could be done, and it became the Hatzolah of Central New Jersey, which with Leah and Horit handles so much.
So maybe you could share a little bit more about how it felt, having been part of Hatzolah for so long, when you got that call and you heard that your daughter was involved in a call.
One thing I knew was when I was called, the one who called me was told me, Mati, you got to get over there right away. I knew that coming from a friend, and he was right. Obviously, I didn't till I swallowed that information. Took a little time, but we got over there right away. But what can I say? The way it was told to me was also done in a way that was honest, straightforward, yet caring.
So you had mentioned, I guess in passing, but I think it's important maybe to bring that out more, how the members followed up. They checked in to see how your daughter was doing.
Yeah, I got a call from Yossi and others who to see how things are doing, because I guess besides just being a friend, there was also a concern. They came to a call where it was obviously very extreme, and the Rebbeinu Shalom was very good to us. The Rebbeinu Shalom, his hatova was endless and is endless, and we are so makir tov to everyone for that matter, for all the people that davened on her behalf and continue to daven on her behalf. And Baruch Hashem, we're so thankful for where things are at today, and in fact, we still ask the Olam to still daven for Chanefega Bas Nachama Yehudis, and Baruch Hashem, things are only getting better. And without Hatzolah's involvement in the beginning, I don't know what could have been and what would have been.
Any closing thoughts before we sign off?
Again, I personally would like to thank Hatzolah for what they've done for me, for my daughter, what they do for the community, how it's done. How they literally give their life. You can't buy a second of life for $1 billion. So the amount of seconds, minutes, hours, weeks, years that they give on behalf of everybody else is something that's outstanding and exceptional. And I'm very thankful that I was part of it. I'm thankful to those that are part of it. And I guess the goal of tonight is that everyone should be part of it, everybody, because it's a win-win when you are.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Zayans, for being a part of the evening and for sharing your story with us. And like we just heard, you can't buy a second of life for $1 million, but here you can. For just $180, you could enter and you could be a part of saving lives. That's such a great deal. So make sure to enter Hatzolah.auction, call the number on the screen, show your appreciation for what the members do, be a part of saving lives, show you appreciate the value of life, and in that zechus, may all those who donate and everyone never need the services of Hatzolah personally. And thank you. Thank you again for being a part of this.
Pleasure.
Are you ready to win? Enter the Hatzolah auction. It's a real win-win. Sounds too good to be true? Well, there's more. Every time you enter to help Hatzolah, you're not only helping yourself win amazing prizes, you're helping yourself win some amazing zechusim of saving lives. What a win-win! So what are you waiting for? The Hatzolah auction is for winners. Enter to win the win package for only $25, with incredible prizes like a Nokia radio, drone, MP3 player, 20-inch bike, American Girl doll, and so much more. A win with Hatzolah is not just any win, it's a win-win. Speaking of a win-win, enter with just $54 for the win-win package. Win a Segway, home gym, complete Simcha package, smart home bundle, and so much more. Hatzolah's win-win is just what you want to win. Enter for our win-win-win for only $72. You'll be entered to win a full fashion shopping spree, a men's makeover package, a complete baby package, exquisite jewelry, and more from your favorite brands like Marcy's, La Dida, Totini, Abacassis, Urban Optics, Pish Posh Baby, and dozens more. Do you want to win big? Then the Big Win package is for you. For only $100, you can win some amazing sterling silver, designer jewelry, shopping sprees galore, a new sheitel, a complete Shabbos, and Yom Tov package, complete with designer tablecloths, china, and too much to say here. And there's more! Enter to win the big win, and you'll automatically be entered to win the win-win, and win-win-win packages for free! You heard that right. So what are you waiting for? Enter now for a big win. Are you looking for a grand win? Enter with just $180 for our grand win package, and you can win an outdoor playground, a trip to Eretz Yisrael, a premium vacation, a bedroom set, a living room makeover, a home office, laptop, and so much more. And you'll automatically be entered into every other package for free. Now that's a grand win. So don't wait. Enter now at Hatzolah.auction or call 732-363-5600.
Welcome back to this segment with members of the administration, leadership of Hatzolah of Central Jersey. We're joined via teleconference by Rabbi Avram Waxman, who's the Director of Development here at Hatzolah, Rabbi Shmuel Poller, the Associate Director of Development for Hatzolah, Mati Twersky here at the end. He's the Administrator of Hatzolah of Central Jersey and a board member of the State of New Jersey Office of Emergency Medical Services, and Yitzchak Meyer, and your position at Hatzolah is?
Captain.
Captain. So we're joined by four people who live and breathe Hatzolah, and I want to share something interesting. I was told that on this segment, I should present to you a basic question: why people should support Hatzolah. And frankly, I think it's a ridiculous question, because if we have to explain to people why they support Hatzolah, then there's something clearly lacking. But Rabbi Poller, I'll ask it anyway. Why should people support Hatzolah, and why do people sometimes not understand why their support is so important?
I think it's a great question. Why do people sometimes not understand? I think it's more of people take it for granted. We all grew up, definitely my generation grew up with Hatzolah, and it's sort of a granted thing that there will be Hatzolah. Hatzolah's here for us whenever we need it. We all know the number by heart. That's all it takes. We don't realize this so much. I myself, I came on a few years ago. I did not realize, I keep on learning of how much goes into it financially, with technical planning. It's tremendous. The budget keeps on growing every year. With the growth, especially here now in Lakewood, with the growth of going over the borders of Lakewood, it just costs and costs and costs. And then the day-to-day costs are astronomical. Take it from insurance. All the basic nuts and bolts are just huge.
So Rabbi Waxman, I want to segue from something that Shmuel said. Rabbi Waxman, you're the Director of Development. The growth of the community, we're talking about Lakewood, surrounded by Howell, Brick, Jackson, Toms River. Now people are moving out to Manchester and beyond. Rabbi Waxman, how have you seen the growth of the Frum community impact Hatzolah and its budget?
Okay, when I first came on 18 years ago, almost 19 years ago now, on Hatzolah, we were very focused around the Yeshiva neighborhood, and the furthest that we got was reaching out to 14th Street. We had 2 ambulances, and that was it. Today, our reach goes to Toms River, Jackson, and many other neighborhoods, and we have to supply them with ambulances, members. Each member that comes on, we have to supply with supplies. The people in Jackson, where we have fly cars, and in order for them to be able to answer calls in a very in a proper manner and without having other issues of lights and sirens, so they have these vehicles that they can answer calls in a timely manner with, and all of these things are adding onto the budget. Once we have the vehicle, the amount of insurance and gas and maintenance on these vehicles all add up. And as we go to Toms River and Howell, we supply them also with all of these vehicles, as well as members and paramedics, and the amount of members that are constantly being put on is constantly a strain on the budget. The people of these areas have understand and have initially helped us but the constant upkeep of these areas add up to a lot of money, and our budget has grown to over $2.5 million a year. From a couple of years ago, it was just 1.2 million. So it has more than doubled in the past 5-6 years.
And it's for that $2.5 million budget that we need people to go to Hatzolah.auction and to donate and contribute generously. Reb Mati, I'd like to ask you, people know that Hatzolah volunteers are volunteers. They're unpaid. When people think of a budget, they think of ambulances. But there's so much more that goes into the Hatzolah budget. Speak about that. Speak about the expenses that people never see and never hear about.
All right. So first of all, I just want to add something that we were talking about before of the growth of Hatzolah. We just literally in the last 2.5 years added another close to 30 members. And it's this is itself is a huge jump. From when I started here about 8-9 years ago, we took 3 members a year, 4 members, but now between people moving out to Jackson and Toms River, we had to make that move to take on that, and every member is approximately about between $5,000 and $10,000 to outfit with all the stuff they need. As far as stuff we did,
You break that down when you say you're adding a new volunteer and this is what it costs. What exactly is that money going to?
It's going for a defibrillator.
Okay.
It's going for...
So every new member of Hatzolah gets their own... Is
outfitted
with
a defibrillator, a radio. A bag with supplies and equipment. Everything possible that somebody should need is in that bag. In the past 2 years, about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we upgraded our radio system, which was close to $1 million. Our radio system up until then was a tower on top of BMG on 7th Street.
So that's $1 million outside of the annual budget.
Yes, outside of the annual budget. It was a tower on top of BMG that covered the basic area of Lakewood. You went into Toms River, you couldn't hear a thing. You went into deep into Jackson. Now we're on 4 new towers. Instead of this one tower, we're on 4 towers. And each tower there's the rental fees, there's the equipment. It's a huge amount of money. But we didn't ask any questions. It's not like we said, okay, let's put out a campaign for the towers, and when we get the money in, we're going to build that. We build it. We need it. We build it. And that's what we have the auctions for, because we need the type of money to be able to ambulances also. I would say we tripled since I started here with the amount of ambulances we have. We have 13 right now. We're getting another 2, probably within the next month or so. It's just that's the demand. That's what we need.
Now, with all we're hearing tonight, I just want to say I can't imagine that people aren't flocking to their keyboards, to Hatzolah.auction, to donate, to be part, to have a schus in this Avodas HaKodesh. And I'd like to ask Rabbi Yitzchak, as a captain, with your boots on the ground, what have you seen tangibly in terms of the expansion and growth? How has it impacted your day-to-day tasks as a Hatzolah captain?
So I'd like to say, as a captain, like you say, and being in charge of the operations, as we see the growth and things continuously come up as far as expenses are concerned, and our job is, so to say, not to think about the money, but to just make it happen. Mm-hmm. And continuously we come back to the people in charge, to administration, to the Vaad of Hatzolah, and we have requests. And I would say whatever we come with, and we say we need this growth, we need to get this ambulance, we need to get this new stretcher, we need to get a piece of equipment, or whatever it is, the answer is always yes.
I think what Rabbi Yitzchak is bringing up is an important point that resonates. That money, and Reb Shmuel would understand this, Reb Avram and Reb Mati, money should never, ever be part of the equation when it comes to a Hatzolah decision.
And it never is.
And it never is, despite whatever daunting challenges there are in terms of fundraising. It never should be, and it never is, and we have to continue to ensure that it stays that way.
And we've gone through this we're in this difficult stretch of the COVID situation, and expenses have doubled and tripled because of the call volume and because of, different things that are coming up. But never have we gotten that two-letter word of no. It's always been yes. Whatever you need, we're there. And that's why myself and my co-captains, we feel that that it's important for us to come out and step out here and let the community know that, we're not worried about the funds when we're on the job treating the patients, because we know that we have our administration backing us. Now is the time to back this administration to continue to help the Kehillah.
Well, we have to continue to help you so that you could help the Kehillah by going to Hatzolah, that auction, by being there. And the truth is, of course, right now it's the Shas HaKosher of donating during the auction time, but people could donate all year round. Hatzolah could use our help whatever time, and especially, like you said, we've been through a trying and daunting period, and Hatzolah's medal has been tested, and all of you have passed with flying colors. As a community, we have no words to express our appreciation and our admiration.
Yeah, but I want to just bring up one more thing with COVID. Interesting thing that I mentioned to Rabbi Waxman a number of months ago. When COVID, we were in the middle of the real COVID crisis in March, April, and May time. There were squads, emergency squads, all over the state of New Jersey that were posting they're closing down, they can't handle it, they don't have enough PPE, they don't have enough gloves and masks and everything. The first day of Corona, we had a phone conference with the captains and the VAD. I believe we spent close to $100,000 the first day just on getting our masks and gloves and face shields and everything. We weren't down for a second. So,
the truth is, not only we're not down for a second, but it's very clear in my mind that Motzai Shabbos, before Shabbos Haggadah last year, that there was not one ambulance, not one rig that was not in use, and we had to even go to one of the local.
Really?
Yeah,
to borrow ambulances?
Newark Hatzolah gave us 2 ambulances. They lent us 2 ambulances, and we had reached out to Lakewood First Aid Squad as well. But we had members all over the place. Everybody was responding. Everybody had what they needed. The room here that we're sitting in right now turned into a stock room for supplies. We had all the supplies out. Anybody can come, and we bought about $25,000 worth of pulse oximeters, so people can have in their houses. They didn't want to use it twice for a different person. We had them. We bought them. There was not a thing that the members needed they didn't have.
Listen, we've always been in awe of Hatzolah, but this last 10-month period has magnified just how unbelievable Hatzolah is and just how indispensable Hatzolah is. We need to be there for Hatzolah. We need to enable you, and when I say you, I'm talking about this group of administration, to then enable the Hatzolah volunteers to do what they do. So thank you to all of you. Continued Hatzlacha, and may we only get together for good occasions.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, of course, Reb Shmuel.
I think just wanted to add, there was a lot of emphasis on the growth of Hatzolah with outside the borders, and that brings on a lot of costs. I just wanted to bring another point that the growth within Lakewood itself is also tremendous, and the call volume, take out COVID, from what I understand, is huge. It's way beyond whatever
So
was.
you're saying just the sheer growth in the population.
Sheer growth in Lakewood itself costs Hatzolah a ton of money. And the reason why we take Hatzolah for granted is because it's here. It's because people took it for granted that you have to support Hatzolah and build Hatzolah. Now that it's here, we need your funds. That's what keep it going.
They say that we take for granted those who are closest to us and those who we really need most. Hatzolah is a part of the fabric of our community. It's so much part of who we are. And we have to make sure that we don't take it for granted. So we have to be there for Hatzolah, Hatzolah.auction. Let's all unite to be able to support these wonderful, selfless Balei Chesed. Thank you again for joining us.
We are back. We're supposed to look frazzled because this is the end of the night, but we're trying to keep it together for you. So we're making this professional. But time is almost out. We're literally at the end of the night here at Milstein. We are so close to where we want to get, and you guys can get us there.
This can be the beginning of the end in a very good way. Meaning,
I didn't think about it like
that. You see that?
Yeah.
Right? So this really is the push that you and I have made in the past years. And we've put them over the top. We had some very nice Hatzolah past years, but
We definitely have.
the Hatzolah of past years is simply not enough for this year. We need more. And I know that money might be tighter by some people. I understand
It definitely is.
And that's why the deals that we have made you are even better deals, better values. You know, $25, you can win $54 plus entry in $25. I don't know whatever that means, but I'm sure it means something.
Well, 25 is the cheapest
Yeah.
package, 55 is the one up, and then
Oh,
the
you get an
72.
entry. Oh, so you get into two. You
So
get two
for the-
packages.
Yeah, so for the big win, which is 100, you get the 100, 25, 54, and 72. So
That's incredible.
You're going into 4 different packages.
4 different packages.
Before we go, we also want to thank our corporate sponsors and our prize sponsors, and of course the Hatzolah members themselves. And
most
everyone
of
that
all-
works in the organization, the dispatchers, the service units, tonight's team of volunteer telemarketers for their outstanding job night after night, the VAD members, the VAD Rabbonim.
And I'm going to thank,
Yes.
the donors, some of whom haven't given yet. I'm going to thank them in advance because I know that they're going to extend themselves beyond what they think they can, because there's nothing more important than saving a life.
Right, Milstein is using reverse psychology. I really hope it works.
My psychology is always in reverse.
Rabbi Mati Twersky, administrator of Hatzolah, for coordinating all our details.
Great man.
Hatzolah office staff, Ford NYC, for making this amazing night possible. This production with the lighting and the cameras, and of course an amazing set over here. Golding Design for the design of the book, which of course we got weeks
It was
ago.
gorgeous.
ACM, Shalom Hirsch, Kol Barama, the Lakewood Scoop,
Kol Ram Radio.
Of
Kol
course,
Radio.
Kol Ram Media, Hananya Kramer.
What about Scoop Radio?
Everything that he's done. Scoop Radio 2, Kol Barama.
Matzav.com.
107.9 of Lakewood, Matzav.com, Laser from the Lakewood Scoop. And of course, Shalom Hirsch, because we didn't blip tonight. Nothing froze, nothing went off the air. Shalom, I appreciate it so much. We love having you work for us year after year.
So this is our last push, Rabbi Isai. This is it. This is an opportunity that you have.
When we go off camera, the phone lines will still be open. The website will still be available to collect the money.
Of course,
I want to be
anytime you
able to
wanna
go
go.
to sleep tonight or wake up tomorrow morning and say, wow. Call Rabbi Milstein and say, wow. You believe it? Our last push worked so well. Maybe they want to bring us back the next day too.
Oh, that we'd love to do that. Certainly love to do that. But again, all of this is good, fine, and well said, but it cannot happen unless the donations are there.
It definitely can.
So if you want to have that reliability, chas v'shalom, when you need to, and you pick up the phone and you dial the magic number to Hatzolah, you want to know there's someone at the end of the line, and you at the other end of the line, you want to know that there's someone who'll be there within seconds, if not. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen
Precious,
30 seconds.
life-saving
30 seconds. 30
yes.
seconds. There was a call made from my house. 30 seconds. They were there. 30 seconds. How do you can't beat that. You can't
No.
But if you want to expect that, and we've come to expect it of them, then guess what? You have to be part of it.
That's right.
You have to be part of the solution. Part of Hatzolah's tremendous funding. See, we've been on so long. My
And
voice is starting to go.
focus on the win,
Focus on the win. Focus on the win. Focus on our sponsors. But really, Rabbi Isai, we cannot do it without you. Make that push. Make it happen. And have the satisfaction all year long knowing until the next year, I did what I needed to do for Hatzolah.
When they called on me, I answered the call just like when I called them and they answered my call. So from Rabbi Milstein and me and everybody here at the studio, we'd like to thank you for watching us, listening to us, giving tzedakah, and continue doing whatever you can. Or Milstein, anything in
being partners with the Barei Olam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Chaim v'Amavis is biyad Hashem. We all know that, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows us the opportunity to make the ishtadlus, to invest in this organization, to invest in that, so that we could literally become partners. Kaviyachol the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I wish everybody great health. May you never need to make that call.
Amen.
But if you donated, then you have the confidence to know that if you did that, then you know that they'll be there for you.
Amen. And let's this year be a year where we both win-win.
And also when we retired, Mashiach
yes.
next year.
Mashiach next year.
Mashiach this year. Mashiach this year. Mashiach this year. I don't know. Maybe there'll be still be Hatzolah. Maybe there'll still be Hatzolah for not for these kind of things. Hatzolah will go into another line of work.
Imagine this set with the kaisel in the background.